Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は337日目です。It is day 337. And today is level up day. We are leveling up. Looks like we kind of have some spicy days coming up. Alright, this shouldn't be too bad. What was that? 90 extra things? We'll see how that goes. Long day, a bit of a late start today. Got caught up in some discussion in the background. Let's get right into it. Okay. How you spell lineage? Okay.
閣僚欧米
帰結
処置
置
すでに
大事に
ホテル押し入れ診断する寄せる怖がる白旗
延長する
押しボタン
結婚式積もる 乗る。
体積。
精一杯。背が高い。飾り気。飾り気。飾り。乾杯。節々。登録する。Excuse me.
緊急。
緊急。or urgent。
寒気。
背広。中華。
Okay.
結婚する。
Oh. Oh, wait.
総理大臣。
総理大臣。
逆さま。
炒める。炒める。
普通。
Oops. Just kidding. 精神病。直前。完了的。Can't spell. Oh, that actually turned out all right. Huh. Whoops. Oh no. Look at? really thought it was Spain. Oh wait, done.
貧乏人 埋もれる
埋もれる。え
編む
ー、編む
面
面
積
積監
監督
督揃える中
中央
央
程よく怖い
怖いだ
画廊
ろ
照り
う照り
焼き
焼き Say what? Oh,
主こ
こ
す
すバイキング
廊下
廊下
匂い
Hello there, Bree. Pretty well today. How are you? You worked today, right? Oh, you had a afternoon shift, or like sort of afternoon, a little bit before afternoon, and then into the afternoon, right? How's your moving pedals? You had an interesting day today? Oh, do tell, do tell. What you got?
完了
Uh, what? Oh,
玄米
Genmai. Oops. Oh no. Oh no. I lost it. Where am I going? Oh no. Stature, right? Yeah, stature. Uh, Oh, setake.
背丈
Setake. Hey, sorry about the past few days. You can see how disrespectful you were and it wasn't okay. I don't expect it to be okay, but I just wanted to apologize because your attitude wasn't fair to you or chat. That's okay, James. Like, first of all, I appreciate that. Like, thank you. I don't think you need to apologize. I really did spend the time. I appreciate it, but I did spend the time reflecting on it later in the day as well. One thing I can say is I did say should sometimes when I'm not supposed to be saying should. So that is definitely my bad. When I was thinking about it, like it can come off as being that interpretation. So hopefully that wasn't what the takeaway was. I did actually say that. And then upon self-reflection, it definitely could have been seen as that way. Although all the other stuff, like I think that comes with a very common thing. I did the very thing that I was saying that perhaps you might be doing, which is when I said, like when I was loose-lipped and said, oh yeah, I typically, or one should place like the adverbs away from the verb phrase. That is also demonstrating that I do the same thing too. So like it would have been interesting, in all fairness, you could have pointed that out. It's like, well, technically you're doing the same thing. You're doing something that's so habitual and so factual to you that you may not have considered that it could be seen as a criticism for Mika's grammar, which I think what was probably missing here, which is privileged knowledge, by the way. Like obviously you're someone who's like observing, right? Observing the interaction. Mika and I right now are kind of in a series where we're doing like a trust exercise between how critical we can be to each other. And it's very much like trying to embrace the way you're mentioning things to her as well, where it is really wonderful to try to remain neutral. However, like experiences so far is kind of whatever is happening right now is kind of a emotional nature. And for myself, typically I try to be a little direct about maybe addressing confrontation. So hopefully it wasn't too overt, where we can't seem to overcome it. And you left abruptly, so I kind of, hopefully whatever you went on and to do, I appreciate that you were direct about it. And oftentimes people can choose to be avoidant instead. In no way did I ever say that you would ever grow from, like, you don't strike me as someone who has any of these problems, like being kept together, having like mental fortitude and overcoming a lot of these things. It does raise a lot of emotions, and oftentimes I try to address them as directly as possible, right? And I think when it comes to respect, I know that you know your things. Like, I'm pretty convinced that you probably know a lot more than someone who might not know quite a lot and are also struggling with all of the emotional barriers. So I really appreciate that. Thank you. And you know, chat is kind of funny when you mention the attitude about chat. It's largely Mika and Bree most of the time, and occasionally drama drops in, for lack of a better name. Drama isn't very dramatic, but I do appreciate that you're really on the neutral end of things. I think the stuff that you say are very likely neutral, or intended to come off as neutral, and I think I did misspoke when I said should. when it wasn't my intent to say it's wrong. You enjoy the vibe of the stream, and it's good to use your progress and thought as you study. And see me progress and how are your studies and progress, James? Actually, that's kind of something that I actually was a little bit, upon reflection yesterday, when I was like, I talked way more yesterday. Drama and Bree were keeping me company. I actually found that as I was talking, it feels like some of the stuff that happened yesterday may be a consequence of not being inclusive, right? So you happen to be someone who's observing from the outside, but it really comes down to, I haven't really even asked you about, like, what are your thoughts in all this? I noticed that you did make some comments about drama's plans, and oftentimes the idea is you're making observations about others, but I'm often curious, have you ever encountered these obstacles of time management? I think right now we're really leaning on the whole time management thing as something to encourage people to have, or maybe how you feel. I know you mentioned about fun, right? Fun, entertainment, that type of thing. I don't imagine you do something that feels like is an obligation, but you're avoidant about it. Right now, the current core topics that we're trying to engage in is to encourage someone to, or encourage people to find the little parts of their lives that involve most of the things that they're trying to do, but it underlies all of them. And one of the topics is time management. And then time management is often tied to the feeling of not being able to get things done in time. And that is where patience, virtue, consistency kind of just go out the window. My point of empathy with Mika is because when I was younger, I also have contended with this type of thing. Yeah, definitely time management can be an issue. Motivation too. Yes, and it feeds together. It's very tough to challenge someone who is consistently stressed with time to even form motivation. So sometimes it's like, I'm not even sure if it's motivation or time that should take precedence. Ideally, you would tackle both of them at the same time. You try to incorporate more serious study sessions too. You finished watching the Game Gecko N4 grammar video this week. Oh yeah, that one that I had. Yeah, N4. And then you mentioned before that there was an N2 one was released. I did forget to mention this, and every time it was very unfortunate timing yesterday, James. I think we kind of I was very short with you, so I apologize for that. I forgot to mention the last 3 times we talked. I actually watched 2 episodes of Atashin-chan, right? Or Atashinchi, right? The first one was pretty good. I really liked the one. It was the one where I don't know the characters' names yet, but the mother figure was being told by the younger her child about like having variety in their bento, and dude, the father figure is so adorable. Okay, and real talk, all the casual conversations and this like sleight of hand is great, and then whenever it goes into the details, like when she's singing the thing about the roses, that's when things got a little hairy. But the show is very adorable, and it's definitely very awesome to be bite-sized. You mentioned that it was free, so I went straight to their channel, and their channel has it. The parents are just named Haha and Chichi. Oh, just Haha and Chichi. Okay. It's really adorable. I think the dynamics that they have reminds me of like Bob's Burgers situation. So you love the song she sings. It gets stuck in your head. Like I can hum it, I still am a little foggy with the lyrics, but it's like na 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 na. It's really cute. I'm guessing that's gonna be like a recurring potential thing. But I think the cartoon and the way it's animated and the way it's cut, it's very charming. It reminds me of why I like family cartoons, like family cartoons that deal with family values. Whenever the Chichi, right, Chichi, opens up his bento and he's just that's how I feel right now. Like I'm in that stage of my life. I don't have a family or a partner or like a little one of my own, but how I feel where I am is that guy that like, oh hey, peas and carrots. Yum. I'm grateful for what I have and people who provide me for things, and I continue to do the thing. Meanwhile, you know, I would be like in the presence of a little kid yelling at the mother, and then the mother feeling sly and going back and forth. That's kind of how I feel when I like look at the internet and talk about the internet and talk about people and problems on the internet. I'm just the guy that opens up, it's like, hey, what do we have to eat today? And that's kind of how I thought. Wonderful, really wonderful skit. I'll have to make some notes in the future about some of the episodes. Lately, I've been having really long conversations. Like yesterday, I ended like 30 minutes before I had to go to bed, and today I entered another conversation that's why I'm late today. For like, I already spent most of my excess hours I would set for yapping, but things have been moving quite a lot. And lots of challenging inputs right now outside of Japanese and Chinese. Lots of studying related things. So I really appreciate that. I like the first question I ask is, will I be able to talk to you again? Because that's how we do it. We gotta keep on encouraging each other to speak, really. Honestly, that's where we have to start, right? Or continue. For starters, so many people were paying with 50s and 100s. Wait, don't you work at a dollar store though? That's at one point, and you only had a single $5 and a few ones. You don't think your main manager was in good mood today? Which one is your main? It's the one, the female one, right? You had a few run-ins with her that weren't that pleasant. Oh, I hope that's okay. I hope she's simply having a hard time, right? Hopefully it doesn't end up in your other situations. Then you and your partner went to dinner after you got out of work. That was a wild experience? Tell me a little bit about it. Unless you're uncomfortable with it. Or a wild experience. You're starting to sound like a what do you call those? Like those comic book clips, or like a teenage book things. Like, but wait, there's something even more spicy happening later. It's like, do tell, spill the tea. I'm kidding. I remember being charmed by whenever regular people, normies, you know, like normies my age in the United States would use the like phrase spill the tea, like, and I don't often get to participate in tea time, so I think it's really funny. Do you want to hear about the run-ins with your manager, or what happened to dinner, or both? Whichever you feel comfortable talking about. I probably find it very charming otherwise. Your manager seems like why would people come in with 50s and 100? I don't even care. Okay, this is me projecting. I'm projecting a little. I don't even carry 50s and 100. Do you take credit cards? Actually, at your place, Bree, do you take credit cards? 50s and 100. Interesting. Overall, your studies have been good though. Okay, the past few days you set up ASB player to automatically grab the sentence audio clips and screenshots for your Anki cards. I see. You feel like those words are gonna stick well. Can you tell me how ASB player works? Like, I'm still in the market for I'm still perusing for a Steam compatible overlay for video games, because February is getting close and the next Like a Dragon game is coming out, or Kiwami 2 and Dark Tides are coming out, and I'm still looking for, I'm looking for different candidates for a Steam compatible one. Game, okay, so game, definitely check that out. Games sentence minor, okay, check. I'll write a note to myself for later. Game sentence, and it, okay, it has a GitHub, nice. Okay, I will keep that in mind. And is it this where, do I need to like set up an Anki for that? I haven't set up Anki, by the way. I only watch people use Anki and like literally sit in and participate with other people who use Anki, but I haven't. Is this more of a combination thing? Like I take the game sentence minor and then chuck it into an Anki or something? You don't need Anki. You can use the overlay in Yomitan if you like. Okay, let me write a note. So game sentence. Yeah, I feel that far more people have more experience with that, and I'm like getting into that phase. 2026 is going to be like a phase of trying to transition into some of these things. I do actually play video games more often than I do language learning. Back in the day, that is like less than 2 years ago, or a little over 2 years ago, I used to do cultural digressions on like multicultural games, and Like a Dragon game is multicultural across its lifespan, usually across with like other Asian denominations, largely the Chinese variety. The Chinese and Japanese representation is constantly in it in most cases, and there's a lot of overlap with theory. The thing is, I can only pick up, some phrase, like a more so Chinese than Japanese, and I'm learning language learning kind of related to that, where I can develop more ways to encourage people to be interested in like the dialogue and the cultural aspects of those games. So I kind of play video games for that reason half the time. We're going to be digressing about like lifestyle choices and cultural dissonance and whatnot. This stuff makes me this stuff is like my life. I don't walk out and look at people without thinking about these type of things. It's kind of comes with the territory of growing up in between cultures. I don't know if you're comfortable in sharing. Do you happen to interact in this way too, James? Like consistently in a multicultural environment where code switching and communication code switching, cultural normities and whatnot tends to get switched on and off here and there. It's quite a challenging and wonderful ride when you live a life like that. It makes a lot of other things less stressful, which is like going from being apologetic to being confident, right? That type of thing. It's kind of like the wonderful thing that I enjoy about the different challenges talking to different types of people bring to the table. I do understand that it's quite comforting to be among light thinker and like people of like minds, and I think that's where I can try to empathize with someone like Mika, for example, and I encounter far more people who are far more comfortable in trying to find commonality because they're still looking for themselves, right? They're still trying to find their sense of belonging. I'm more like, I like being in a place where people discuss politely to each other, but still like rigorously discuss things. Like, hey, you know, this idea is kind of gnarly. So I really did take your criticism to heart. Like, you have very yesterday, I didn't find it disrespectful, but I did use the word. I know in retrospect it could kind of come off disrespectful, but I you know, it took me a time and I was like, it's very true that it could have been interpreted that way. So those are the challenges that I would say I'm mutually responsible as well. That's kind of the thing about communication. It's not any particular someone's fault. It's all the parties involved. So for that, I want to apologize again. I kind of acted a little, I did act more rash and like harshly, and I'm pretty confident I did use the word disrespect. It can come off as disrespectful, or it was disrespectful to some extent, right? Oh, wait, let me get rid of the bot here. Yeah, you feel like you're not sure if you have to code switch a lot, although you've noticed it can take time to get used to Japanese culture social differences. Yeah. And yeah, don't worry at all about yesterday, you're all good. We can boil it down to miscommunication on both sides. You still extend your apology as well. Yes, exactly. I like that. I think you and I honestly have a communication type that is far more implicit than my communication type that I'm using, or technique that I'm using talking with Mika. So it can definitely come off as less analytical and far more emotional. I don't know how much interest you are in like communication styles. If you work in a profession that deals with juggling voices or juggling types, sometimes it can be very, how should I say, it can be very refreshing when you're kind of code switching. I don't want to make it sound like, because this type of thing can be both manipulative and cathartic, right? Or protective or useful. And most of my time is actually spent on communication as opposed to like language learning. And oftentimes I can seem a little bit kind of like unpredictable in a sense that when I'm snapping between code swapping. So lots of times you bounce from being emotional to politically or neutrally logical about things. And I can certainly attest that the last couple months, maybe, my communication style tends to be matching the ones that are emotional or like a bit more consoling. And generally speaking, that deals with a level of empathy that is very refreshing. However, when I'm left alone to my own devices, I feel like you and I would communicate quite implicitly. And drama. I feel like drama right now, we're kind of like implicitly knowing without exchanging too many words. I'm glad to hear that we're mutually in agreement here. Let's see. So Bree. Okay, would have thought to ask. Secondly, she was having you and another coworker open these cases of nested boxes, okay, and separate them because even though they're nested inside each other, they're actually meant to be sold separately. Wait, hold up. Like, you're selling boxes that are okay. What? Hold up, let me read. Oh, I missed the first part of the. Oh, wait. Oh no. Oh, this is the other. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Hold on. Let's start over from the beginning. I thought this was the other one because I saw 50s and 100s again. Okay. No, I missed the first thing. I don't think she was mad about the 50s and the 100s. You think she was just in a bad mood in general? Oh, I hope she's gonna do. I hope that this is a rarity, because you already shared with me your last two experiences at Kroger and Speedway about your managers. Hopefully, like, she's just having a bad day as opposed to in general. Since we take credit and debit cards. Okay, so you do take credit and debit cards. First, you told someone with a $5 order who wanted to pay for it with a $100 bill that I didn't have change, so couldn't take it. They ended up paying with a card. Then she got mad at me and told me she could have taken it to the safe and changed it. Oh, but she had never mentioned that before and have never had that as a possibility at previous jobs, so it wasn't something you would have thought to ask. Oh, I see. Interesting. But you still... Oh, that's... Yeah, she might be in a bad mood then. That's interesting. That is unexpected, considering you were able to resolve it. Was the customer annoyed or something? That's interesting. And then secondly... Okay, so now you have the nested box situation. Well, the area we were working on was getting filled up pretty quickly, so you asked one of the assistant managers what she wanted me to do with them, and she said she wasn't sure and to ask the main manager. Okay, but when you went to the main manager, she got pretty passive aggressive and was like, assistant manager is the manager on duty, so ask her. Oh, so you have two managers in at the same time. But the one she was referring to was the one I already asked prior to asking her. Oh no. Diffusion of responsibility plus chain of command. She then got frustrated when I said I had already asked her, but that type of frustration where she was smiling, but you could just tell she's trying not to lose her cool. I hope she's feeling better. I know it will probably be a little inappropriate or probably breaching lines if you went out and said something like, all right, well, we'll try our best. I hope you're feeling better, or whatever is happening is okay. That kind of sucks that your manager is having a bad day. An embarrassing point today was you asked one of your other assistant managers for help reaching something as a customer, and you both couldn't. Oh, because yeah, you're both the customer and you can't reach it. Wait, but is your assistant manager tall? And when you asked her, she did get a bit upset because she guessed the truck was coming in and she's not meant to leave the back room when it's being delivered. Yeah, other responsibilities, sure. And you had no idea, of course. She was nice about it, though she just said, for future reference, you'll have to ask someone else when there's a truck. You felt kind of bad, slightly embarrassed afterwards. But you can't be embarrassed of something you didn't possibly know. However, I guess if you were looking at the context of things, hear me out, this person may expect more of people, so that can happen. Yeah, that's interesting. What a weird day. Well, I hope your main manager isn't hitting like a personal problem. I think that sounds like a recipe for a long time. At dinner, everything was great until we got our food. Oh no, here we go. Something's wrong with the food, right? It wasn't what you ordered, maybe? The person who brought out our food didn't have a good grip on the tray and dropped our food all over the ground in front. Oh man. Plate shattered. It was wild. The manager came out and apologized and gave you a free dessert. Wow, what a day. Honestly, here's one thing that I've often been curious about. I do listened to a lot of people who talk about most of the bad things that happen in their lives, right? I'm not saying you do. However, a lot of times when a lot of things happen like together and consistently, it kind of makes me question whether how common that is. And from the months that we knew each other, right? It's been months. I often wonder, how is it possible? Like, because I'm coming from a different perspective, right? How is it possible that all of these things consistently happen in your life? Like, it's one thing to observe, like, I frequent, for example, maybe excluding the last 7 or 8 years, right? Because I've been like a hermit the last 7 or 8 years. I still have like 30 years. I'm gonna say like, let's just say I have a solid, let's say I have a solid 17 years of social, like social gatherings. And in those 17 years, I would say average 20, 30 times. I've been out to eat maybe 500 times. And I probably witnessed one instance of an event that you mentioned within the period of weeks. And that just makes me think like, so it's my inexperience technically, because maybe I happen to be fortunate in that situation. I don't know how often these bad things happen, but when we first met and you were describing all your instances and stuff, my first thought is, how can you be so unlucky? Like, maybe it's not luck. So when something like this happens, I usually ask myself, well, what's the null hypothesis, right? Because I often practice this drill. Basically, if I keep thinking something is true, like what you're describing, I find incredibly rare, right? It's incredibly rare. So the question is, what if it's not rare where you are? So lately, when I've been hearing your stories and all of that, I started like going around and looking at other places and certain locations where, is it because there's an actual coincidence happening? Or is actually there's some statistical likelihood that this happens? Like, I can't even begin to list the things, but you start to think that you're a magnet, like a magnet for bad luck. Like you said, you're a bad luck magnet. So I would, even the events that you're talking about, that's really interesting, honestly. Some of the events are relatable here. So when you're talking about your usual stuff now, I do have something that's relatable. Okay, here, I will share a guilty short story about the $50 and the $100 thing. I remember this one time, so we got to go on a road trip, right? So before we head out on this road trip, it's gonna be a 5-hour trip there and then back. I remember specifically this one day when I was driving by, I told myself, dang, I don't have cash. Or like smaller bills, right? And I kid you not, my father was driving, I was the passenger. And oh no, that was a different story. Sorry, I was the driver in this case. And I was heading out to meet up in like across the state. It takes like 5 hours to get to the other end of the state. I'll let you guess. It's west, you know, west to east. So I was like, man, the place I'm going, there's a chance that I will need bills. And I had two $100 bills. So, and since it's a 5-hour trip, I left at 4 a.m. Right? I left at 4 a.m. And just so happens it was like a place that's kind of open 24/7. So it was around 6 a.m. when I pulled into a Rite Aid. And I asked this person, like, is it possible to get a change for 100? And then the person, I'm pretty sure the person asked, well, if you buy something, right? I'm like, okay, like, are you sure it's okay? And this person was so nice. Like, I tried to buy like $10 worth of things, which was like a 5-hour energy. I think that this was the time when I was younger and I still like make sure that I don't fall asleep behind the wheel. So like I bought a 5-hour energy, maybe some hydrolytes, so maybe like a bottle of Gatorade, and then some sort of snack, right? And then this person literally took the 100 and they went to the back room. So they had to have been the manager because the other employees haven't shown up. Or it's typically, Rite Aids typically only get run by 2 people and then a pharmacist a lot of times in the area I was in. So either it was the manager who just opened the Rite Aid waiting for the other employee, and then like the pharmacist. So you could see this manager go into the back room, open up a safe or like the deposit box that they have, and you might think, okay, so they might have had smaller bills like 50 and stuff. This person was so nice that they gave me like 3 20s, 3 10s, and 2 5s. So wait, does that add up? Yes. So long story short, it's kind of humorous when you're saying like, oh, your main manager was maybe a little bit miffed that she could have went back to change the thing. And that reminded me of this situation where like I mean I tend to be very soft spoken when I was younger. So this is much younger. I was 10 years old, 10 years younger or so. So my approach is very timid. Like I tend to be like, oh, I'm sorry, can I bother you for something? Like I really, if you don't have to, that type of so I'm had a more very apologetic and like muted conversation. Nowadays it would be like something like, hey, can I ask a favor? You know, like the type of presentation that I would do would be very different. But the person was very nice, so that's kind of neat. I just wanted to share this because it's I could kind of see a background story. So the road trip is because I needed small bills in case of tolls. There are cash only tolls along the way, so I needed smaller bills to pay the toll when I get there. And it had to be early in the morning because I'm actually traveling back after that day is over. So it's just thought I'd share. Now I don't quite remember. I myself haven't ever had my food drop on the like a server having an accident. But I did have several instances where I was near something and the server dropped someone else's food and it hit me. But in those situations, I actually ended up getting up and helping the server out. And then my like company was a little bit like weird. And then they often talk about like, I specifically remember this one time where one of my company, we were in a fairly large group. They talked as though they were self-entitled, and I felt a little bit uncomfortable. Basically, like the person's like, well, you think like, oh, that must suck for them. I'm glad I don't have to wait 30 minutes, and it sucks for that server, but they should have been able to do their job well. That kind of thing did happen when I was in social occasions, and that was a time when I was far more passive. So I don't really criticize people's opinions, or I don't try to introduce a counter perspective. Nowadays, I would sit there and say, that's okay. I mean, no one was hurt, you know? Hunger, no one's dying of hunger. So hopefully that server doesn't have that happen again. It's very unfortunate. I'm sure people will understand. And that's kind of the stuff I would probably try to use to like level the perspective, because generally I want to at least voice what type of person I am in order to make it clear to someone else who may or may not still interact with me that I'm like, that's not the type of attitude, or that's not the thing that I would resonate with. That happens quite often too. Or something, a related example to like the whole food thing, I was leaning towards the food being incorrect, which has happened to you before already, that you shared, where the server or the whoever took the order, and then the server was not responsible for the order, that kind of thing. There's a mix-up in food. That has happened to me like twice or 3 times in my life, and I handle it in a way that my present company tends to feel a little bit like I was too soft a lot of times. So one time, my entire order was incorrect, along with my company, like 3 or 4 other people, but we were a big group, right? And then that one of the other people, their order was incorrect. So they raised a complaint and they demanded like compensation for their meal. All the while that was happening, I was consuming a meal that I did not order because I was kind of curious what the meal was like, because I didn't order it. That's one of the stories. Like, I was sitting there and I was eating this and I'm like, oh, well, I mean, I don't like, there's a lot of situations. So they're contending with the person that is in my present company, right? I still remember because I was sitting in one position and that person was sitting at like the end of the other like the long table. So my thought was, I mean, I wasn't gonna mention anything, but I'm definitely not mentioning anything now. And my best friends, it's happened a couple of times when I was with my best friends, so the people who I am close by, and I kid you not, we just eat the order. Like, it's happened a couple of times with my best friends, and the first thing we do is like, oh, okay, I mean, that's okay. That's kind of the type of people that I and around are like are closest to me. Things happen, life throws curveballs. I mean, I can definitely understand if you had like a food allergy or something like that. That's when my friends and I would, my close friends and I would say like, oh, okay, let's try to be very tactful about this. I don't know. I've never asked my best friends if they worked in food services. I have worked in food services when I was younger, so it really made an impression on me. And the reason why I act in the way I do is often the places that I've gone to, like with friends and stuff, they're usually very busy. Like, affluent. They're affluent places a lot of times. They're incredibly affluent places where I can only imagine what it's like to try to serve. I mean, I'm not trying to stereotype too much about it, but typically when you have places that have a lot of money and a lot of busyness going on, they are still technically professionally responsible for being of high quality service, right? While still managing busyness, because that's what keeps their business thriving. And yet I can't really overcome, or I don't prioritize my own comfort of which I'm being served over the empathy that I typically get overwhelmed by when I'm in a place and I look around and it just looks like a madhouse, like a crazy madhouse. And to me, that's not actually the server's fault. Like what I mean is, the employees that you are interacting with aren't necessarily the individuals that allow that to happen. Like where it's incredibly busy. Like if we were really trying to be reasonable about the logistics of the logistical things about managing a restaurant, the managers, the corporate side of things, the human resource side of things typically are responsible for how stressed the staff is, how like crazy the staff is. So when you're stepping into a busy place and you look around, like I profile because I don't really talk back then. Like I don't sit around and chat a lot of times. When I was younger, I typically just look, observe the cadence of everything. You look in, you sit down, and you just see like 4 servers in like a restaurant of 60 people. And you see like 4 zones, and that's crazy. And my first thought is, if something happens, it's like, it's probably not the server's fault. Like what I mean is, it's literally what they did, but the context would suggest that they're probably really stressed out. And that's not actually of their own doing, actually. Most of the time when you have a really busy like restaurant scenario, it's usually management and upper management that creates that flow, like how many seating, how much they can handle, the volume. So that's often, I usually play to the benefit of the doubt that the person who is working under the lowest lowest of the pecking order, right, tend to be people you try to empathize with but not actually lash out at. That doesn't mean that everyone else should or do whatever they are. For me, it makes me feel less angry. I try to be less angry because of that. For others, that might be very well a reason for them to be angry at whoever manages the business, I suppose. And then they inadvertently lash out at the servers, the employees, which these things is kind of like being angry at game developers or publisher decisions, that kind of thing. It's interesting. Very interesting. All the managers were there today. Okay, 2 were there for the truck, I see. 1 was the manager on duty, I see. So that person. And then the main manager spent 3 hours in the back organizing Christmas bags and the rest in the office. You don't know why they were all there today. It sounds like your like main manager was more having a bad day because the day was busy, hopefully. Seeing personal problems, like unexpected problems come out in an office area could be something worth keeping an eye on, right? So you could try to like minimize your interaction on worse days for the manager, the main manager. It's interesting. Christmas time, huh? So those boxes that you mentioned, are they like just empty boxes? There's are they like packaging boxes or something? I'm not understanding why you ordered boxes that are nested in boxes and then you're taking them apart and then you're selling boxes. Are they like decorative boxes or something? Alright, I'm gonna keep going with this. Today is lesson day. What's this? Setake. Sure. Oh. No, stature, not sure.
似合う
Oh. Okay. I'm just thinking about what it's like to unpack boxes for the sake of selling boxes. Huh.
大騒ぎ
大騒ぎ。
普段
Oh. なるほど。
なるほど
なるほど。Yep, just empty boxes of different sizes. They're light decorative for Christmas. Okay, with bows and some have patterns. Okay. Something interesting you did find out is that you guys don't actually order anything. You get trucks with items that corporate decides to send to us. Oh, I see. So it's very similar to, well, not really similar identically, but it's more like you know, like Goodwill stores and Gabriel Brothers and like TJ Maxx and Marshalls. The idea is like things that don't get sold are maybe possibly exchange hands for like a wholesale thing. And I'm kind of curious how that works. Like, do you sell the thing and then return a percentage of the thing to the people giving? Or you know what I mean? Like, so it's kind of like a garage sale, right? But in a corporate way. You're like a corporate outlet to try to get a return on second, like on basically goods that did not get flipped, or maybe like second purchased, or barely used items that they didn't find use for, kind of situation. And then you get to, I always wondered how all the other different places do those things. I still remember learning where, like, for example, TJ Maxx or Marshall do their marketing, and how they, like, the items that they have are those that may not have been sold in the initial release of the things, but then they get moved to these locations to be resold as a markdown price. So it's kind of like a almost a weird way to find vintage stuff, you know, like things that are old but you can upsell them. The reason why I came upon this idea back in the day is there were a couple people that I've crossed paths with where one of their hobbies is to go to a thrift shop, right? Like a shop, a secondhand shop, or a older hand-me-down shop. And what they do is they try to repurpose the things to like arts and crafts and whatnot, and then flip the items for their creative input. I was not skilled enough to do something like that. I always wondered that would be really fun to like have handy tools or handy skills. I'm not a handyman, so if there's any deficiency, just watch me pick up a tool and struggle with it. Like outside of the laboratory. So like outside of the lab, there aren't too many tools that I would be very competent in at the moment. I mean, I could get competent in them for sure, like learn how to use them. But for now, Yeah, I'm not a handy person, so it would be kind of fun to go to like a place where you would work, like where you're currently working, and pick up some random stuff and see if I could create something and then flip it as a gift. So not like most people like to flip it for like profit, right? For myself, it would be kind of fun to grab a bunch of things, make something, and flip it for sentimental value. One of my best friend's wife, she did this thing back in the day that I didn't pay attention to because I was like young and objective and not really creative and interested in that. But I still remember those memories of the conversations. And I remember she used to have this habit. They are happily married now for many years, actually. She used to do these things where she goes to a junkyard, and at least this is from hearing her talk about it, go to this junkyard and she would construct things out of the things she find in the junkyard. So it'd be like a bunch of metal stuff repurposed into a piece of artwork. That stuff sounds really, really fun. It sounds like something that could be very cathartic. It also kind of makes me, it triggers my compulsion a lot of times about like having space, and so there is a very obvious explainer why I both like the concept of doing that and also fear, a little bit of fear or insecurity about starting something like that. And the main concern is space, because I live in very, very small spaces. And I have really appreciated a semi-minimalistic lifestyle. Interesting though. One of my best friend's parents, especially the mother, she liked collecting, what do they call them? The phrase she used was, I think, clown glass. I think the word was clown glass. And hold up, let me double check if this term is exactly what no, wait, hold up. Oh no, not clown glass, not clown glass. I remember that's my mnemonic, or it's not clown, circus glass, I believe is the term. Circus glass. Yes, circus glass. And there was this one time when we were still like hanging out. I think it was either Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving was very recent, and I clearly remembered the father figure. He did this thing where he like kind of rolls his eyes and whatnot, but she was like really excited and giddy about the new circus class that acquaintance of her was making. I was like, oh yeah, that looks really neat. I don't know if you're interested in circus glass, but if you look at images of circus glass, it's really like a sensory feeling, and watching how circus glass is made is even interesting too, like glass blowing and all that stuff. So that's a very trivial, like that's a very particular detail that I remembered about one of my friend's parents. Special interest. You strike to me that you might find looking at pretty circus glass interesting, Bree. I don't know if my profiling skills or my corollary behavior like experiences are helping me hit some notes, but I think you might find just looking at circus glass might be some interesting thing. You might even have circus glass where at your place, like the place you're working. I wouldn't be surprised in like some corner next to like baskets made of dead twigs, or like maybe like a weaved lawn chair section, or like in the corner where there's like some sort of frames, like picture frame things for cheap. There might be like collection of cheap like not actually glass, but things like plastic containers that look like circus glass as well. In this case, when I'm talking about circus glass, I'm talking about like glass, and those things can break. But their circus glass also comes in like plastic containers that have like the really rainbowy-ish colors. I wouldn't be surprised if there's circus glass at your place. Or like vases or plates or dinnerwares or chalices, things that are a little too, how should I say, avant-garde for the typical dining room table. So like you just pull up with your multicolored soap kind of rainbow-ish goblet for dinner. That's not quite the thing that you find. So you could seemingly find those things end up in like a dollar store or something like that. At least that's my impression. Let me know if you end up finding some.
構成
We'll see.
遊び
It was weird between the $100 safe thing and the Christmas boxes thing. Main manager actually complimented you and was excited about how well you organized the batteries that she asked you to organize. Okay. Oh, and it probably makes you sound like a bad person or something, but I told assistant manager that main manager had gotten upset when you asked about the boxes, and her assistant manager told the guy manager, and we all had a conversation about the ridiculousness of the situation. And the guy assistant manager was joking about how much more experienced he was, and girl manager was talking about how the main manager has sort of claimed the Christmas area. So how was she supposed to know where she, meaning main manager, wanted her assistant manager to put the boxes? Oh, okay. What was the hold up. There's a idiom for this. What is the idiom? It's something like there are too many lions in the den. Something like that. This is a really fun situation. And what is the idiom? Too many leaders in one place. Idiom. There's a couple of these. Which one am I? Let's see if Gemini can help me out here. I'm looking for a very specific one. Too many cooks in the kitchen. That's pretty apt, honestly. Too many cooks in the kitchen. But I guess too many lions in the den is probably where I'm gonna go. Too many chiefs and not enough Indians. Well, that didn't age very well. All right. Yeah, there's too many too many leaderships in one place. I find that pretty humorous. It's what do I call this? Usually when I don't work anymore, so like I don't work in that type of environment anymore, but all hands on deck situations is leads to kind of like unusual chaos, all hands on deck, when they like everyone has to be present because it's a high volume time. And then you get these little fun occurrences where when you have too many leaders or people who are in leading positions, they tend to be like, well, okay, but I thought it was this way. Like, well, no, it's this way, I have more experience. Like, well, technically that person's in charge, but I'm in charge of this specific area. And then if you're the person who's simply like the helping hand, which I'm usually the helping hand, I don't think I've ever been in a managerial position, right? Like, I honestly I don't even know what it's like to give people orders. The closest thing I have is like giving people advice about how to do their homework, and like tutoring and stuff, but I don't think I've ever told people explicitly what to do. I've never allocated anything, but it would be kind of funny to see what it's like from the other side. Like, oh yeah, so I'm responsible for this, and that person is saying they're responsible for part of my position. No, no, no. They stay over there, and the people caught in the crossfire would be you. And generally, I empathize more with your position, where like I would do something, you know, even voluntarily. Someone tells me, "Oh yeah, you go and do that. Don't worry, there won't be any problem." And then you start doing the thing, and then someone comes by, he's like, "Why? What are you doing here? You're not allowed to do this." It's like, but the other person told me to do that. And then you just continue. You sit there, and then the person is like, "Wait here," and they would walk over. It's like, do I like continue doing this? Like, should I just sit here? Like, it's not gonna get done if you. Okay, well now they're talking it out. So then the person, you know, you see them in the distance, right? It's kind of like you're like standing right here, and then the person that you're talking to just walks over. Like there's like the person in the distance, right? Just walks over, and then the two of them would be chatting here, and then you're like sitting here like, do I keep going? And then you kind of hear some shouting slightly, or some passive aggressiveness. It's like, whoa, that's not going too well. Good thing I'm not part of this. But what do I do now? That's happened quite often in voluntary situations. So like the thing about volunteering is even weirder, because if everyone's a volunteer, there's also a bit of lax management. And this happened before too, where my response, if I was like had a voice, which I didn't want to be confrontational in these situations, I would have went to them as like, I can do both of them. Daijoubu desu. I can do both. Don't worry about it. but it's not my call, right? Because they are the directors. So it can be really weird to interfere with the chain of command, despite it being voluntary. Like, you could make an argument, oh yeah, this is voluntary. That's fine. The idea is like, I don't mind. I know you might not necessarily be in that same incline. This is when I like, usually when I'm in this position, I'm at like 200%. I don't work in these positions, so I might have a little bit more flowery perspective, but usually I'm like very, very good. Like, I'm physically healthy, I'm ready to work, I'm ready to quote unquote work, but I technically am a volunteer. So whenever I volunteer, I'm at like 300%. I might have even rested 2 extra days just to be ready for this day. But these people, they took it upon themselves to be directors while voluntarily. So I often wonder, like, what if I chose to be in their position? Would I be just like them? Because I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know yet. And that's how I kind of think about these situations, where when there's an assistant manager and another assistant manager that really don't behave in the way of the pecking order, and then you have multiple assistant managers that have different communication styles. So it does appear that you have at least some different communication style managers. So what I typically do nowadays, now that I'm older and more experienced, is I actually mediate the things. So when like this person A tells me to do something, I'm like, let's go check with person B. And then offer that I can probably do both, if that's okay. So you kind of like circumvent these things. And in the end, you can bridge communication differences, even in a voluntary state. Now, I don't know how this would translate into like a corpo situation. You might be like, sometimes this might be considered overstepping, like overstepping your authority situation. But generally speaking, like when I'm working, sometimes not having this happen actually ends up benefiting you. However, or like not however, in addition, there might be an opportunity where these two may discover that you're the one that is the common link in which things got done. And that is what I've done before a lot of times. But I don't think about it that way. It is an opportunity though. Sometimes I resolve conflicts before they happen, despite not being in a leadership role, right? If I can do it, I'll do it. But I will make sure that those two know that their communication is linked. So oftentimes it's great to think about the communication rift between your managers or the people above, because honestly, if they're having headaches, you're kind of the punching bag. I mean, it's not always the case, but usually in a hierarchy, the person at the bottom is you want to see your bosses or the people that are managing you have a nice day. So I'm the guy that occasionally bring in cookies and think about things I could say to them and whatnot, because a happy boss is also a happy work environment a lot of times. It might sound like sycophant, right? Like you might be saying, oh, you're just being a brown noser, right? No, I'm not doing this for, well, I am doing this for personal gain, but it's more like crises management. So in the world of working with other people, I've spent more time doing this than saying it's not my problem situation. The downside is it is also you taking an investment, right? Like you may never see the investment, and you can't feel the investment because you're preventing something from happening before it happens. So you really don't get the feel-good catharsis of resolving a potential issue you've seen. You only get to go on doing the thing that you're supposed to do with less problems. So this stuff, crises management and impotence of problems, it's not really rewarding for most people. So, however, this is what I came up with over the years, where I usually am an underling, quote unquote underling. I like doing things. I'm the guy that enjoys doing things. I like making people happy. When I was younger, I was a yes man. So I said yes to everything. Like, oh, this person's really having a bad day. Don't worry, I'll take the workload off of you. And then another person's like, well, I can't, I need to go and leave soon. Can you get this? It's like, of course I can get this, right? And luckily for me, I didn't crash and burn from all the extra weight. I actually coincidentally found out that I was having a problem with my own health when this stuff is no longer important. So that's lucky. But generally speaking, being a yes man or someone who says yes to everything, you really draw yourself thin, so you kind of learn how to cope with it quite an extensive time before you burn out. But nowadays you can do this to kind of circumvent it. So it kind of reminds me these days. The guy manager has worked like a total of 11 years here. Wow, why isn't he the main manager? He was a store manager at one point. Oh, okay. But he moved states. There wasn't one close, so he had to quit. Oh, that's unfortunate. And it just resets? That's weird. When he came back, he didn't have a store manager spot open, so he took the assistant. Okay. I see. Even according to main manager, he was so good that he was the guy that was called to get stores into shape that were doing really poorly. Huh. You don't know how long main manager has worked for the company, but guy manager definitely has a ton of experience. Well, you have a backup. So it's time to suck up to the guy manager. I'm kidding. But it seems like you have a backup. So it sounds like you know who you go for backup help, right? You have a confidant now. It's good that you're noticed. It's useful information to notice who's more experienced. That's 11 years. Interesting. Oh, there, drama. Hello, hello. All right, we gotta get to our level up day today, so try not to meander too far. Thank you for sharing, Bree. I miss the workplace. This is someone who's self-entitled, okay? So I understand. Or not self-entitled, but incredibly privileged. I'm only saying this because I haven't worked in that way in a long time. Like, somehow this is gonna sound like choosing a lesser of two evils. I can give you an example of what I spend most of the time doing. So like right now, basically this is what I do for fun, right? So if you think, I mean, kids don't even think this is fun, so I'm not even sure if this is a step up or not. What I do is I stream, right? And when I stream, I'm typically preparing for it. So I'm either studying or learning something, and I have to make sure that I keep studying and learning and be successful and reach my goal in like whatever I'm working on, right? So when the evening goes off, then I would have maybe 6 or so hours left, typically 6 to 8 hours. 3 of it would be like doing background research and looking at behavioral patterns and then catching up on media. So I do watch movies and shows, but oftentimes the media, movies and shows are related to something I'm planning for the future, or it's related to the people that I've talked to. Otherwise, most of that time is occupied by talking to other people, and the other people are in different time zones. So those people are then going about their days and their businesses and stuff, and I would be talking to them, like lending an ear, chatting about their problems or maybe whatever they're excited about. And then I go to bed and I do it all over again. So that's kind of what I do when I'm not working. When I'm working, it would be doing all of that, except replace this live stream thing where I would still be sitting probably in front of a computer researching and studying. Only instead of doing WaniKani and stuff, I would probably be reading scientific articles or min-maxing some statistics or coming up with a system to compute metrics that are relevant to the problem at hand. So my life has been very different now. Back in the day when I was younger in high school, what I did was I spent every evening, if I can, I would be working. So I go to school, I learn, that's my free time. That's what I considered as free time. Like, I enjoyed going to school to learn things. And then when I'm not in school, I'm working somewhere. I'm like when I was legally able to work. So I'm thinking more like high school. So we worked at the bowling alley, and we worked the midnight, like from the evening to the midnight shift. And I would like be driving home at like 3 a.m., something like that. And I still enjoyed that part too, because it's part of growing up. And that's kind of why I really didn't relate a lot to all the kids. Like, most of the kids thought they were talking about like going on vacation, buying new cars, or falling in love, hanging out in movie theaters. I thought about what else am I going to learn, and then where am I going to make money. And it sounds like a warped perspective, but it's hard to place the impression, but I hope that you're feeling the same way, Bree, that when it's good and you're working, and it's still good when it's working, it feels great. Like, hopefully you're finding that despite your aching feet and your back, something about it is very awesome to feel like, yeah, I can still do things, and you can also be within the company of other people. And that's kind of how I felt when I was younger too, only I couldn't relate to anyone. Like, I had a very difficult time. Like, someone is having a bad day. The things I'm talking about now, about looking at your assistant manager and being interested in your story and stuff, I did not do that when I was younger. I did my work and I did it well. If someone is doing worse than me, I do better than them, so I get more credit. That's kind of how it went. Like, it was very hard for me to want to help anyone because I'm consumed by the idea that if I do my work really, really well, then I get closer to my goals. So that kind of sounds very indirect, but I am the guy who had to say yes to everything. So if someone wanted me to do something, then I would do it. And the only way I can do that is to always focus on what I do best. So whenever someone comes to me when they have help, they would have to come to me for help. I wouldn't go out of my way to be compassionate enough to see like, hey, someone's struggling there. That could end up being a rate limiting step in our group. So let's do something about it before it becomes a problem. So that type of conscientiousness and compassion came much later. Like, I started thinking more as a group than an individual. And that's kind of like a mixed bag. It's largely because while like Chinese values would say in public you would be more concerned with the collective, that's only comes with a double standard where the collective is a representation of you. Unfortunately, since I grew up in a different culture, most people don't see me as part of the group. So the group that I'm part of is the group of one. So I rarely ever interact with anyone. I observe people to do what I need to do. So like, I'm only interested in a person when they serve the function of informing me what I have to do. That is where I become very sharp and efficient. If I need to be a manager, I look at that manager and I do their job to the T as soon as possible and do it better than them. Because I'm not concerned with my manager. Like, I don't see my manager as a person who might be worried that I'm after their job. So that's the kind of mentality that I feel is far more regular now on the internet, largely because the internet has this way of diffusing the personal relationship between people. Like, for example, oh yeah, you know, that guy, nah, it's okay. Who cares if they spent 15 years working on this project? That project's garbage. I already do better than them. And that's how the personality goes, right? Meanwhile, whenever I hear people talk in a workplace, it's stories like yours where you notice that you get to converse with a guy and then the guy is like because of circumstances, he's no longer a main manager, but he's been working for 11 years in this position. That type of thing really does elevate the rewards and the stake in finding like some sort of additional catharsis when working with people. And I did get a lot of that once I had the privilege to do so. So I felt less like I was not part of a group, and I felt more included as the years gone on, where we got into higher education and all of that. And now, because of my competence, like, if you're a group of one, right? If you spend most of your time as a group of one person, how do you then feel a sense of belonging? You could acquire the skills to make your own group. So that is pretty much what I spent the rest of my life up to that point up to this point doing. If I am concerned that whatever I'm doing is too esoteric or too eclectic, I learn to blend. It will let you fit into many places. So when you're fitting into many places, you can feel like you thrive in many environments. So nowadays, while I say that maybe I don't understand other people's tribulations with like working and stuff, if it's a labor job, I'm doomed. My body is like kind of not in the greatest shape. That's perfectly fine. But somehow I still think that if I go back to work or do something, or maybe even help someone out and motivated to do so, you know, from them wanting to do it, I think it would work out. It probably will work out. But that's a little bold because I can't predict the future. Like it could be something that I haven't known that I have problems with yet. He's awesome though. He had a really good time. You had a really good time working with him, but he mainly does truck. Oh, okay. So in learning from the second girl assistant manager, you probably won't be able to talk to him much, especially on truck days. How many non-truck days? I guess now you're gonna save all your questions for the non-truck days, you know? What about the second girl assistant manager? It seems like the second girl assistant manager has a weird distance from the main manager that you have. Oh. Shoot.
出版する
Whoops.
鉄板
Oh.
購読する
She's nice, but she's pretty matter of fact. Okay. So Vin has colors for these guys. She must be a red. Yeah. Or is she a blue? So a red is get things done. Like just get things done. Like, oh, did you do this yet? I did this and I'm about to do this. Have a nice day. Or blue, for a matter of fact thing, is more like, can you tell me what you did? Did you make sure to do the following? Do you want to sit down and hear me explain what you make sure to do? That's blue. Vin has these fun colors, which I like. Green is me. I'm peacemaker. I'm the compromiser. So like very apprehensive, but constantly hyper focused on trying to find balance between things. And then there's yellow, which is the incredibly emotional type. Like spunky, bouncing, have lots of scattered information, like scattered ideas constantly, not necessarily, but incredibly warm and animated. I like this color coding thing that he had. It is coming from a different book, so he was describing someone else's book on communication types, and I thought that these colors are very apt. They do correlate quite well with the nature of these colors, coming from color theory and drawing. So in artwork, which one is it? Is she a red or is she a blue? Yeah, green and yellow are paired together. They're different aspects of a very specific thing, and red and blue are paired together, at least in my opinion. I think what they had was like red and yellow were paired together. and green and blue because of warm and cold situations. But and of course, humans are a mix of all of these things. It's dependent on the special like relationship. My question is, when she was interacting with you, was it more like a red? Like, did you get this done yet? Oh, this is the right way. Get it done. See you next time. Like, what did you do? Oh, okay. Well, you do this because that's how it's done. That's red. Really fun when you start doing it. It shouldn't be like the end-all barometer, but I find it very mischievous to try to categorize people like that. What do we? How do we? Oh, Ama. Yeah, Ama.
構え
Dance. Purple. A mix of blue and green. That's pretty much a good example. Like, people are a mix of colors. So technically, if you feel like you're a bit of a blue and a green, I totally vibe with purple. I would say I'm closer to a purple. And we're talking about spectrums. We're not talking about mixing. So like blue and green does wait, hold up. Blue and green shouldn't make purple, right? We're talking about spectrum. So like the rainbow, Roy G. Biv. Roy G. Biv, right? So purple is on the side of this side. So it's kind of like in here somewhere. Blue and green is cyan. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. Cyan. That's right. Yeah. So they're on the cooler side of things. And then the hot and heavy guys, the extreme like emotional, bubbly or direct things are in the warm side of things. The red all the way to yellow. Right? So you have orange. Are you an orange person? I bounce between these. However, most of the time my default is I'm a cooler side of things. Calculating, and peacemaking. And honestly, guess what? My favorite color is green. And green with accents of yellow and orange. I don't know if these are coincidences. Obviously, you can spin conspiracy theories by looking at coincidences. In your life, you observe enough things in order to find coincidences. So that's like the root of conspiracy theories, right? So you can line those up. So this is confirmation bias. So we want to keep that in mind. But by sheer coincidence, it's still a sheer coincidence. My favorite color is green because of, not because of this. It's more like because, hang on. Right. It's more like things like this. It's because of trees and like shrubbery, and then a lot of times like animals would contrast with that. So you have warm yellow light, right, from the sun. So that's why I'm painting the idea. My favorite color is green with splashes of yellow to orange, because I think of tranquility. It's a way to visualize tranquility. Not so much by coincidence that it has anything to do with like the communication styles or something. It is a big coincidence though. When you worked with her, she was pretty laid back, but you think maybe truck days are just stressful for her. Yeah, that's understandable. You saw her when she first came in and you could just tell she was unhappy. Oof. Oh, wait, she's nice, but she's pretty... No. I thought I might have missed the sentence. I'm double reading now because I kind of skipped that one time. I skipped one of your messages and it was huge, so making sure. It's not every day that I meet people like James also types in full thoughts. Drama does a mix, but I would say 90% of people don't type in full thoughts. They tend to type in like partial thoughts. So I kind of get used to the segmenting. But when you type in full thoughts, it's both refreshing and also I fall behind when I either fall behind, so I tend to try to stay up because full thoughts mean that I also reciprocate with full thoughts. And full thoughts to me to make for proper attention is if you give me a paragraph, I give you like at least 15 minutes. If not, it could extend all the way to 8 hours. Not today though. I kind of used up all my time, unfortunately. So we're just trying to keep it a little bit lighter today. What am I looking at? Okay. Thanks, Trauma. All right, T, yeah, T achievement. Okay. Senaka. Oh, and by the way, Drama. Yeah, yesterday's like Kairu. Yesterday's Kairu. Yeah, you were right. And I used the wrong term. I keep thinking Odaka means it's going down, but it's Atamadaka because they're talking about the first note. So yeah, it turns out Kairu is Atamadaka, the return home thing. So Okairi is Kairi because it's Atamadaka. So, and it's the only Atamadaka. So we're back to square one. That's kind of funny though. The good news is there are no kais. So like, or not really the good news, but the weird thing is there's no kai. Because I realized I also made a wrong thing. Like I also made a wrong katakana read. When I was writing this, I meant to write this. Because this is the katakana for e, not for I. So all of the examples, even kairu is kairu. There's actually no, at least not that I'm aware of from the 99% of usage, that there is a kairu that is kairu. So kairu versus kairu. So kairu, right? Kairu is the one. For frog, oh, it comes out as, oh, it does. Oh, interesting. Oh, so frog is I. Interesting. Oh, that's Kyle. Oh, okay. So this is for Kyle and frog. Okay. Okay. Can you guys hear the difference? Oh no, frog is eh? Oh, but it's mainly Kairu. Okay. So it's mainly Kairu, but it can be Kairu. I don't know if you've seen Kairu in the wild. Yeah, so Kyle. Oh, so Kyle is... Wait. So Kyle is Kairu. I see. Yeah, yesterday, James, me and Drama, I had a sugi moment. And I was like, wait a minute. Are there any like normal words? But the name is the only example that we have of kairu. So kairu, and then kairu is return home is what I was trying to say. And then frog is heiban, and so is every other thing that I've noticed, like changes or like return or replace or exchange. All of those are heiban, so they are like this. So kaeru versus kairu, and kairu is for return home. And this is my default because the most common phrase that I hear is okairi, not okairi, like okairi nasai. So you can't actually really hear that much of a difference. It's like kai, but when you put it next to ri and ru, it becomes kairu, kairi, or kairu, kairi. Right, so it's very close. The nice thing is there really isn't too many ways to mix this up, even if you're not considering pitch accent. And I listened back to the Sugi one. There's like an expanded Sugi one with the kairus, right? So kairu, right? Kairu versus kairu. It's really funny. So we're kind of back to square one, but it's good to know now. My brain is expanded. Yeah, the real Japan one is so good. Yeah, it like I bet that's what happened, James. Like I literally had that moment when Drama said, "Hey," so this is what Drama said yesterday. Drama said like, "Oh, you know, you're kind of saying it like kairu, as in like kairu." And then we brought up kaeru, right? Kaeru. And then he said that the emphasis is on here, but that's heiban or nakadaka. It's either nakadaka or heiban. There are a few that have a little bit fall off on the do. So after a while, I'm like, am I going crazy? I don't like. I'm pretty sure it's kaeru for the one, but now I'm not so sure. And then if you're trying to pronounce it with kairu versus kairu, so it's using this pitch accent. So using the same pitch accent, kairu, 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 kairu. It's like so close, but these two don't mix up. Like they don't get paired up at all most of the time. And then we have the heiban ones, and then the heiban ones were there are more entries for the heiban ones. So like kaeru, kaeru, and then there's kairu, kairu, kaeru, kairu. And if you say it fast, you know they're really close too, but there's no heiban kairu that I'm familiar with. I was just sitting there and I sat there for like 15 minutes saying like, am I going crazy? And I had a Sugi moment, so it was kind of funny. And I looked into it in the evening with my like couple of minutes, and that's so great. But you have seen Dogen short where he said frog is odaka. Yep, frog is odaka. It's like mid, up, and then it drops a little. So kaeru, kaeru, and then there's kaeru, 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 and then kaeru, right? So there is a little bit of a drop on frog. That's what I saw too. But largely, this little tiny drop is one of those things like if you heiban it, it's okay. Like it's usually pretty okay. Not that we're kind of splitting hairs a little bit, but you know. Yeah, pitch accent is hard. You know, it can be varied by region too, since yeah, some dialects have no pitch accent, you believe? Yeah. I love what you call it? The dialect that has no pitch accent. You should listen to it. You guys should try like I forgot which one it is. But it go like if you Google, right? If you find examples, listen to how flat, like how it's a great way to normalize your listening. Like if you're wondering what it sounds like just to be completely flat most of the time, it's pretty funny. Or it's a great way to, it's like a palate cleanser for your I call it tones. Like I know not a lot of people are gonna agree with me on this, but generally speaking, before pitch accent, I have tones. Like my listening is due to tones. So whenever I'm listening to these things, I'm mirroring because I understand tones. Tones are more dynamic. The hard part, like a lot of times the hard part is linked with the idea that English has these things, but you don't need to be disciplined. There's no discipline involved. Like no discipline needed. So when you suddenly have to discipline yourself, it can be a little hard because you're not as free-flowing anymore. It can be very restrictive. So you have to like untrain or in a way. But here, if you go to Chinese, right? Chinese gives you a lot of control going up and down and listening going up and down. But then you have to go here, and now you have to turn it down, basically. You have to turn it down a notch. Like stop sounding like you're going up and down and up and down. You just have, English has stress accent? Yeah. Stress is three things combined. It's pitch, volume, and mora. Pitch accent is separated from mora, but both mora and pitch accent exist in Japanese, but they're seen as separate concepts. Volume, like English, volume is where the most identifying factor, in my opinion, of the stress. When you increase volume, but you still also increase pitch, and you extend the syllable. So like when I'm trying to stress something, volume, pitch, and mora changes. So English still has the properties of these things, but the thing is, volume is often kept constant and mora is kept constant. So the one focus that changes a lot is in Japanese is pitch. In tonality, like in Chinese, mora is flexible, slightly flexible. Pitch is not flexible. Like what I mean is you still have to land on pitch, but let's just say pitch is more dynamic, but you still have to be on pitch. Like you have to stay on pitch. The idea is it's longer. There's a bigger range, so it's more tolerable. When you say ba, it could be ba, 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 and then you can do everything relative to it, and that's just one tone. So your pitch can still be tolerably flexible a lot of times because of the dynamic range of tones. So it often can be troublesome when you're used to tonality to try to make yourself flatter. In Japanese, you have to be flatter. Otherwise, you're going to start sounding like Chinese. And then in English, the stress does all three of these things internally. So you can't decouple them. It's very difficult to keep your voice volume the same while also speaking in the same, like, I can't even do it
I would have to read something. Let's read a sentence. Oh, I could read like one of your sentences. When I work with her, she was pretty laid back, but I think maybe truck days are just stressful for her. I saw her when she first came in and you could just tell she was unhappy, right? Instead, you have when I worked with her, she was pretty laid back, but I think maybe, yeah, Google Translate basically. English ends up sounding like Google Translate when you flatten it. Yeah, the moment you make mora the same, English is like weird already. So if you try to keep your beat the same, it's weird. When you try to keep your volume the same, it's weird. When you try to keep your pitch the same, it's also weird. So English, you intuit all three at the same time. So like the way you say frog, the front has that stress and it affects both your pitch, your volume, and your beat at the same time. If you say frog, like bright frog, it sounds like Google Translate. Right, even though there's some stress already, you're actually trying to prevent yourself from changing the beat. Like Google Translate, but I've seen a Dogen short where he says frog as otaka. Like I don't. That's weird. And then when you do it with Chinese, it's pretty weird too. Like it would sound basically just 1 like Iga instead of Iga. Right, Iga. So Iga, this changed in Mora. This is shortened a little bit, and the pitch actually settles lower than this pitch. So it'd be like this. So Iga. A neutral one is middle. So wherever your pitch sits in the middle. So whatever your comfortable pitch is relative to that. And then the tone 1 is always higher, but flat, higher than the neutral. And that's where you normalize all your pitches. So then everything is relative to your first pitch. And in Japanese, it's very classical. Like what I mean is they have so much more discipline in the sense that it doesn't flow, like it has a really nice like sharpness and regularity. I always often think of Japanese as more of a drum, and Chinese more of a rhythm guitar, and English is the lead guitar. Whatever, he's just going on his solo like adventure, like he's just having a jam session over there. It's like I don't even think he knows what he's playing. He's just playing whatever he feels like that feels natural, and it kind of works. It just works somehow. Or I guess we can do bass guitar over here too. But the rhythm section is keeping this guy in line, right? Like the beat section, and then the rhythm section is trying to complement it. The rhythm has a little bit more flex. But Japanese, the core. What can be tricky too in Japanese is when to de-voice values. Yes, desu. Yes. It's more common than you thought. Yes. It is a good example. I really actually like the de-voicing stuff. So because of Like a Dragon, the Kanto accent, right? The Kanto dialect, which is the standard, the the standard the standard loaning accent does do de-voicing a lot. So I've gotten really used to hearing specific voice actors who do that quite a lot, and it's kind of great if you can de-voice certain things, because it also gives you intuition into where drops are, where the t drops are. So like I'm talking about this t, so the actual drop, because when you have the read and you combine it with another read, you will feel where the drop is going to be, because it deals with de-voicing the stuff so that it can sound, I don't know, I don't know how to describe it right now, but it kind of sounds pleasant. It kind of breaks natural place. I'm starting to sound like an ambiguous person now, which I shouldn't do. I'll have to think about how I can order that. It does happen whenever I'm speaking. It's like, well, it's got to be this like this part. There's got to be a D voice here, kind of situation. Not this one, though. Right? So wonderful. You did 9 reviews since you joined the stream. Okay, all right. It's not gonna be like yesterday. We can't do like yesterday. I'm already like, we're already out of time. So I'm sorry, guys.
Sorry.
I had like a 4 or 5 hour chat earlier with someone, and I'm already yeah, it's not gonna, we gotta, oops, gotta I still have to do lessons. Today is lesson day, so we got lots of lessons to do. Lesson day will take 2 hours, and immediately we gotta do HanziHero. You're gonna watch a Japanese Let's Play? You'll check it. Yeah, take care, Drama. Good luck. Thanks for stopping by. It's always been a pleasure. Pleasure to yap when we can. What? What is that? Wait. Hold. That? Oh, me. Okay. Oops.
緊張 冷える
What? Shirizukeru? Shirizukeru. Zukeru. No, zokeru. Shirizukeru. You're gonna head out too? Enjoy your review. Might check back later. Yeah, take care, James. Thanks for understanding. It was a pleasure as usual. We'll have to like geek out to some random observations about Japanese at some point. And I look forward to like trying out the game mining in the next couple months. Thanks for the suggestion.
Sumaru.
Okay. Right.
Nichiyou.
Seishin?
精神的
精神的Nope. Oh, wait.
編集
Yes.
攻
攻
撃する
撃する
冷やす
よ幼稚園
幼稚園
Yeah. 豚骨ラーメンIt's been so long since I've had 豚骨ラーメンあ
豚骨ラーメン
豚骨ラーメン Can I just write 豚骨ラーメン Okay. Oh no. 比べる No. 比べる What? Isn't this lined up? It is lined up, right?
並べる
る漏らす Oops.
変車
変車
濡れる
濡れるあOops.
玄関
浮かれる Uh-oh. Oh, that is shift.
映る
To like to migrate to move something. How do I like is it move to shift to or like to be shifted? Okay. Yes. Yes. Oh no.
預かる
Azukaru. I keep forgetting how this is phrased. It's like to be trusted to take care of something, but I don't like the way they phrase it. Oh, to look after, yeah.
Oh, forgot to tell me about your crazy Wordle guess today. Answer was gravy, and you had salad gravy. No idea how you pulled that off. I've been playing Wordle. Mika's been keeping me on the Wordle train. So, yeah, let me. Yesterday's one. Oh, I didn't do yesterday's. I didn't do that one, so I'm not gonna do that one now. Yeah, we had a bunch of Wordle stuff. The craziest one that I had before, it was the first one that Mika asked me to do, was it started with a V. Oh no, it doesn't really matter. I was supposed to do it beforehand and I totally forgot. I was late. It started with a V. What was the last one that was V? We got it on the I got it on the second try, but it was the only way because I used, I think, a word that gave me like V and T or something. And I'm like, there's only one word that can be. I don't remember what it was though. Yeah, I got the first word that I guessed gave me a V and a T. Velvet? No. That's 6 letters. What is it? It wasn't vivid. Oh no, tulip. Sorry, tulip. Tulip was the thing. I got the T and the L off of my first guess. And I'm like, I guess tulip. Tulip works. Oh no, TU. I used about. About was the first guess. And U and T came up. And I'm like, alright, well, we'll just take T and say tulip. And tulip was the second guess. All the other ones took like 3 and 4 guesses. Pretty usual. I like to switch up the starting words and whatnot. But tulip, yeah. I think that was 5 days ago. Use about. 2 yellow blocks at the end, UT. And then I'm like, alright. We'll just put it in the front. There are very few words that start with U. You couldn't think of anything, so you ended up with the answer in 4. You always start with salad. Okay. I cycle. Some days I feel like an about. Some days I feel like a crate or a do. I throw in things to see if I can, you know, to see if I can nail the thing. And Mika likes doing Wordles. I like go to the New York Post website, and then they would say like log in and stuff. I would just say click play. I would just play that one word and then leave. Promptly leave.
Kasuka.
Bullet. Holy, right. Oh, and tulip. Okay, I see. I see. Yeah, all Mika said was, that's crazy. I'm like, I don't, luck of the draw. I actually didn't respond to it. I was just like, okay. It's just luck. There's no clairvoyance. Like a little while ago, something like that.
Shuppansha. Kawaku.
What I like about Wordle is probably the one thing that people may not like. Possibly. I like sitting there and if I was given one letter, I like to sit there and just think about all the English words that I know with that one letter in all of the positions. If I get like 2, I would sit there and think about it some more, because what I'm getting out of Wordle is not getting the right answer, but reviewing all the relationships of different characters that I know in English. It's very similar to this, like when someone is talking about efficiency. What I'm getting out of WaniKani is not just learning the read for this character that is the definition. I'm getting out all the types of information that I can do very quickly over time. So I'm like piling more and more information and juggling more and more information. It's a way to make myself feel very satisfied. So whenever I do something, when someone like links me a Wordle, I'm like, what am I getting out of it? Besides trying to participate, you know, like I said, the first and foremost important thing is to participate in something so I can relate to someone, right? If I can relate to someone, it's great. That's my main motivator. Now, then I start exploring what else can I do while doing this, because it gives the more meaning. It's transcendent. Now it's not only important because someone else does it, it's also important because I know why I also do it. So now it's both those things together. I like WaniKani because someone else used WaniKani, and a lot of people use WaniKani. And then when I start using WaniKani, I have to know, what am I getting out of it that I'm not gonna go and get somewhere else? Like when people tell me, oh yeah, you're wasting your time, this thing teaches this same information faster, and I'm like, but that's not what I'm getting out of it. I know I can get this information elsewhere. The idea is that when I'm doing something, I have to know why I'm doing it. What is the thing that I'm getting from this that maybe might not be something that is objectively someone else's thing? So Wordle, I like sitting there and pondering preponderance about it. In fact, if I were to be like, say, a Wordle person, right? Like I said, a 30-minute segment on Wordle, I would write a mind web. Like, you know, Wordle is just this thing in the middle, right? So we have all this space here. We would do a mind web, like connecting different things. That's probably what I would do for enrichment, as opposed to trying to get the right answer. Like that, there's not much if you're constantly focusing on getting to the place as fast as possible. It's not as interesting to me. When you do it once, then you kind of just don't want to do it again. I haven't, but I watched Hank Green play Connection, and it's so fun. I watched Hank Green play. It's so fun. Connection is wonderful. It's also part of the New York Post, like New York Times Post, like collection of games. I like that too, but you often do Wordle at midnight, so especially after work days, so you're so tired, yeah, that you only tend to think of a few words and pick up the one you think you give me the most info. That's what I've been trying to explain to Mika in a way. Sometimes when you run out of time and you're very tired, it also prevents one from wanting to do more, even though you might know that you want to. Like, hey, I should study this a little bit more. I really want to, but I'm really tired and out of time. That situation. So oftentimes, lack of a better word, oftentimes one of the focus is to try to find and liberate more things in your life to provide more stamina and also time for those things. And obviously, that's what I make time for. Yeah, Connection is great, by the way. I love categorical logic. Like, that's wild. I haven't played it. I personally have a kick out of watching other people play it. If there's anything more interesting than my own personal logic, is watching how other people logic their way through their logic. Like, I as much as vibing and hyping and reacting is fun, I prefer to like there's something special about hearing someone having to logic out their logic. And it's even, in my opinion, even more engaging when someone tries to explain their logic in real time as they're going. Like, oh, okay, that's interesting. And oftentimes when they're not speaking, I'm like, I bet I can do a reasonable guess. So the game that I play with myself when I'm watching other people play connection instead of me is I want to guess which attempts they would make first, and then second, and then third. If they rule that out and I think like them, and that is one of my favorite activities when it comes to watching people solve puzzles. Like, I'm not concerned about me trying to solve the puzzle and the connection, because a lot of times it's like, well, I know the answer, or I'll eventually get the answer. I want to know how this person goes about doing it, and what errors or what combinations they make, because you learn so much if you spend, like, I spend a lot of time in my own head, so I'm not that much, I can do that any day. But when someone else is doing it, I often love to test how much can I learn, or how much do I know from a person by simply observing their actions. So you start learning, like, okay, so they're probably thinking this. They're probably going to pick these ones. Like, yep, that's what they did. Oh, if you like watching people play, you should check out Ransk on YouTube. He does have New York time puzzles every day. You love watching how he logics things out. Oh, okay. Hold up. Let me put this on side of all the other things I need to keep track of. Oh, he seems like a joy. Look at that. Look at that face. Look at that beard. I don't have a beard like that. Okay. All right. Sorry. I don't have facial hair. Like, I don't have like very flexible facial hair, and like not enough to warrant such immaculate locks. It's not in my genes. What? Am I being a... Wait, why am I getting stuck?
Kanshi.
Kanshi. That's a little concerning.
Douryo. Waga.
Of course, there's definitely no shortage of there's no shortage of people willing to participate in things. It's wonderful. It's such a bonus when someone is trying to articulate what they're thinking.
撮影禁止
It's not the most... I'm not going to make it sound simple. It's not simple to try to communicate your thoughts while also participating in the thing. And then especially communicating it in a manner that other people will be able to follow without it being overwhelming. And normalizing that for an audience is probably, like, it's exceptionally impressive. At least to me, personally. I have a admiration for individuals who seek to do that.
移住者
Yusha. I don't stick too long though. Oftentimes I go off and continue to not like specifically try to profile any particular person, but it is really fun to do it for some time and then compare and contrast some more and more.
既存
Some okay, checking the time. Hmm. Why am I drawing it? Why do I keep thinking Ren? It's not Ren. Oh my gosh.
人脈
Inmyaku. The Ren is very strong within the Ren. Ren 人太重了，太重的 wait, heavy 强 strong, no, that's strong, or should I be saying ghoul? Think about it later. What are you? Oh, just kidding. What? Wait. Breathing heavily. Oh.
耐える
All right. Oh wait. Oh, it's not level up day. Whoops. Just kidding. It's second half day. Second half day. Hopefully not too bad, right? Oh, we were on the short side. So, before we get into our lessons, I usually take a break now because of lessons need a reset. So I'll be right back.
All right, let's do our lessons. Long ago, that ain't no Q. You are not Q. What are you?
久しい
Isashi. That is unique, and we are not using whatever that means. He saw the best character? What does that even mean? He saw the best. He saw? I guess you could go with he saw. Alright. So what are we looking at here? She are for animals, so sheep and eagles. But I think we're just gonna line it up with animals. So let's do our new way, right? So we got you long ago as well. Wait, do we have a slide? Slide and person? Hold up. Oh, slide and enter. That's
久
good.
しい
Okay. So slide, enter, long ago, you, and then we'll do like sheep, eagle, but that's just animal. We'll use animal from now on. So animals long ago. The animals long ago. Use the enter and slide around. Cucumber patches. He saw? We'll try. That seems okay. Preface. That's okay.
序文
Preface writing is preface. Welcome. Hey, welcome, Ying. Ying. What does Ying? In? Cat. Get. Really? Get. No. Joyous people. Okay. Yeah, for welcome. Is that okay? I think that's okay. Wait. How is that attached to cat pirates? In its scooter, a cat pirate scoops up to welcome you. The cat pirate then launches you into a speech about how they welcome all kinds of people, especially gay people. Really? Puts a certain emphasis on gay, so you figured out that gay pirates either think you're gay or wants you to be. Okay. Alright. Alright. Sequence. Order. Oh yeah, and so shun. Interesting. I just noticed that shun is order.
Here. Order preface. Interesting. Order preface is a sequence. Ah, I can see side steps. What is that? Gun? Jun? No, kun. So like.
順序
Oh, Junjo. Oh, okay, it is Jun. Junjo. And what was kun? Which kun am I talking about? I'm thinking about like rules. Huh. Ambition. I mean, no, it's not. It's not she.
志
Kokorozashi. Excuse me. I guess heart and how do I get zashi? When you have the ambition to do something, it feels like you're pointing at it with your heart. To say heart pointing in Japanese, you can say kokorozashi. Oh, which is how this word was written in Japanese. In modern Japanese, it's always okay. But the reading is exactly the same. Now go out there and point. I'm trying to figure out which dashi. Okay, hold up. We do have it, right? Kokorozashi. Or yubi? Oh no. Ah no, that's not what I was thinking. Oh, I guess sashi, yeah. So you can like take sasu, make it into a noun, and then rendaku the sa. Kokorozashi. Interesting. We'll come back to this. Heart pointing works, actually.
Jobun.
Hisashi.
Hisashi. Oh, hisashi. Oh, hisashiburi desu. Ah, hisashiburi. Long time no see. Yes.
Junjo.
Junjo. No, oh, sequence.
志
Alright. Will. Yeah, that type of will. Not the will, but the volition will. What do you got?
意志
Alright. Desire. Okay. Intention and hope.
希望
Shibo. Okay. Interest. Hey, it's interest. It's Sing. Right? Yeah, Sing. Got that boombox life. Sing. What does Sing Gin? Kyo. Dang. Alright, so we got combs, we got ground, we got fins. That is not hot. There's combs and same combs, and you find them on the ground next to some fins. That is outrageous field of nonsense. Since the comb interests you more than the fins, you examine the combs more closely, taking interest in where they were made. You discover they were mating. I mean, that's okay. Honestly, I can see that. I literally asked myself, what is interesting? Kyoto is interesting. Benefactor. Since Onjin. Alright. Fair enough. Onsho? This is an older word, you'll probably only see it. Okay.
温床
Onsho. Okay. Oops.
医師死亡
Shibo. Onsho. I totally wait. I totally forgot what this is. Reward. Oh, that's not great. Okay. Not sure if award and reward kind of checks out there.
恩人
To gather, that ain't no sigh. Let's gather. Do I know gather? Not really. Let's go with
取
atsuru.
る
Toru. Oh. Interesting. In Japanese, when you take something, you say toru, right? This would have the same thing. Oh, okay. I like that. We'll go with that. Use sayo. Interesting. Voting.
採決
Saiketsu. Or saiketsu. Yeah, saiketsu. Voting. Gather decisions. Oh, really? Profit? Huh. That is unexpected.
採算
Taisan. Sakura.
Sakura.
Okay. It's gone. Oh, no, wait.
取る
採用
Oh,
採決
like it. What? Mm.
採算
Sakura.
All right, how many is there? What's the damage? 16. So we got what? 81. Cherry. What's this? Yeah. So Sakura Imba. Imbo.
さくらんぼ
Sakurambo. Oh no, no ins. Whoops. Sakurambo. Cherry. Interesting. Horse meat? Wait. Horse? Strangely, cherry tree meat isn't just some kind of cherry steak. It's horse meat? Okay.
Sakura niku.
Wow, horse meat. That's unexpected. Acid. Spider and alcohol. Take some alcohol and put a spider in it to make acid. That doesn't... Okay. Spiders have a little acid in the mouth. already, but if you want something really potent, smash one up in some whiskey to make a deadly oh my god. Sun. Do I know what this is? No, I don't. We got something recently in Hanzi with this right one, but I don't think it's paired with it. It was very recent though. Don't know what it I don't quite know what it is anymore. You're trying to find a container for this acid when Santa-san bursts through your wall. He frowns down at you. You killed a spider and made dangerous acid. Alright. I'll try to make it work. Ink? Sakura-iro. Forever, eternity, and far. Yes. Eternity and far, forever. But not the real kind of forever. That's actually forever. That's... which I'm assuming I'm gonna get soon, which is AQ. AQ. It's real forever. This is more like, whoa, I haven't eaten sushi for all. An. Makes sense? Alright. I'm guessing we're gonna get AQ soon. Sakuranbo.
Sakuranbo. Sakuraniku.
Do you look like a sun? Not really. Not really. Maybe the right hand is the sun part. Yeah, no, not really. You look closer to a shoal on the left side.
Sakura-iro.
Alright, yeah, there it is. So, AQ. Alright, liquid. Yep, with the body. The fluid body.
Ekitai.
Ekitai. Oh, I said hon. Ekitai. Ekitai, strict. Yen? Yeah, that does look like yen with the like a change up here. Having the boombox instead. It's interesting. Grass cliff with elf and under in the winter. If you see a grassy cliff with an elf under it in the winter, it's because their parents are so strict. When elf kids misbehave, they're supposed to go stay under grass. Okay. Yen is yen. And Gon. One of the strict parents of his wife is Genji. Oh, I do remember Genji. Stick to it. Strict Genji. Blood makes sense. Blood fluid. What do we have? Ketsueki. Ketsueki. Is it the same? Is it meh?
Me.
Nice. I like it.
AQ. Ekitai. Me. 血液
Eyeball. Yeah, that's definitely what that is. So what do we have?
Gankyu.
Gankyu. Okay. Makes sense. Another far-sightedness. Oh, now we're incorporating the old thing. Old eyes. Cute. Cute. Dogan.
老眼
Okay. Throw away. Oh, interesting. Oh, that might be a Japanese special. Yeah. Is this supposed to be... Interesting. We'll have to double check. I don't think it's cottage. I think this cottage is a simplification. Or like it's a change. Your fingers have nothing to do with when you're at your cottage except throw away things. Your cottage is for vacation, and vacation means being as lazy as possible, but you certainly don't want to live in filth, so you have to throw away your trash at least. So, a kunyomi. The number of things that you throw away while you're in the cottage is your suit. Okay. I've got suit. Maybe something too. Interesting. Alright. Let's go with it. Time's a waste. Right, previous and an ancestor.
先祖
Senzo. Unexpected rendaku. Senzo. Grandfather. Ancestor father. Okay. I don't actually.
祖父
Oh, it is food. Okay, so food. The reading which is great, but not as great for it. To remember that, who just think about yes, standard food or food. Okay, it lines up with the other food and food. Okay.
眼球 老眼
Okay. Kind of funny that old eyes is far-sighted. Really tells you about the culture. And before the millennial comes in, it's like, nah, far-sight is nearsighted now as you're getting older. And then soon you won't be able to see both. Feels bad, man. Kidding.
Senzo 祖父
Sofu. Oh wait, I know Sofu. No kidding, cause we got Sobu. Wait, is it Mu or oh no,
祖母
Sobo. Dang it, not Mu. Sobo. I'm thinking Chinese. Well, Sobo. The reading for this is known to you, but it's not. To remember the onyomi, just think of how your grandma has a boat. Oh, you know what? Instead of boat, we could use boat. I have to keep that in mind.
Oh, excuse me. Achievement. 攻击, yeah. Achievement. It's a formal word. I'm not surprised. Chinese. 攻击. What is that? Call.
功績
Koseki. Secrecy makes sense. Or secret. Okay. And me. Give me me. Mitsu. Alright, fine. Mitsu is close enough. Just me would be fine, you know? The secrecy. Wait, what do we have? Standing on the roof, you're certain that the nearby mountain is shrouded in secrecy. We can't. Okay. The secrecy is so secret that people who know about it wear magical mitsu. It's. When's the last time we had mitsu? That's an onyomi. Oh. Oh, the other. Oh, honey was mitsu. Wait. Honey was mitsu? I don't know. I don't remember this. Oh, that's because I don't have it yet. Not too many mitsus. Oh, okay. Oh, no, wait. No. We'll stack it on. Stack it on. For now. Great. Accom the achievements, yeah. You're not gonna do something crazy, right? So this is just 成績.
成績
Alright. Neat. Self-defense makes sense. What is that? 自卫. So what is this?
自衛
Pretty close. Oops. You also been attempting to do the New York Times hard Sudoku with no errors, and you had varying degree of success with that. My sister used to do Sudoku a lot, and she would get to a point where I don't even understand how she's doing it. I tried Sudoku for like a little bit. And it was quite fun. I don't remember why I did it though. Or like what was the context of doing Sudoku? Yeah, my sister used to be like, yeah, and I'm like, oh, I know why I did Sudoku. There was a puzzle. Whoops. In PSO2 actually, where you had these things. I don't know if you've ever done this type of puzzle. It's not Sudoku in a way, but it's related to how these number things work. So you have panels, right? And then there will be rows where it'll tell you something like this. These might not be valid. But what happens is it's telling you that among these three of them will be lit. You need to get 3 of them will be lit. And then going this way, 3 will be lit. So this is kind of like another way to do like that type of logic. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to lit this box, this grid, to fulfill each column at each intersection. So Sudoku is very similar, where you're looking at the intersection and trying to fill in
the sides. So this is when I was like, oh, okay, it kind of reminds me of that. So then I like looked and did a few, and I'm like, oh, okay, I see. You had 1 error today, Fooey. 1 error is fine. How? I don't remember. Is it meant to not have errors? I don't remember if that's a thing. Like, are you meant to not have errors? Like, the goal is to do it without errors. Like, normally, what I mean is, it's not a necessary personal challenge, but more so all the information is presented there. There aren't like 50-50s or 30-70 guesses. You're simply not guessing if you're excellent at it. I don't quite remember. There was also another video game that had pretty much only those type of puzzles, and then they did like advanced Toku, where like it did multiplications, divisions, and exponentials as math problems. Oh, I forgot what it's called. In my Steam library, so hold up. It was super cheap. Hold up. Everyday Genius. Yeah, it's a collection called Everyday Genius Square Logic. Oh, this one. It's very relaxing. And since winter sale is coming up, it doesn't require any like form of like requirements or anything. And it has like tons of number related square logic stuff, and on I think I got it for like $1 at some point. You can check out those boxes. Them boxes, man. I think I completed like 70% of it. It's really long. It keeps escalating. So you're doing math problems, filling out the math problems across columns and rows, and then there's permutations, and then they give you like 4 potentials. So each one has multiple choice in each boxes, and you lock them in as you're going. So you're doing math across rows and columns. And then there's like these things. It's every version of basically how Stoku is one of the conditions, the classical rules. But then what they do is they mix up the classical rules, and then they use like addition, right? Addition across, or like multiplication across, and then like exponentials. And then what you do is you're still fulfilling the same rules. And then they give you like 4 choices to help you like narrow it down. It practices interacting, like how things interact with each other. Pretty neat. I did that for a while, like on my free time. I was like, oh, I'm not so sure my logic is intact these days, so go do that. It's been a while since I played I still am going to play back like Talos Principle and Talos Principle 2 at some point. It's gotta be done at some point. Give me some puzzle games. Blueprints is a thing too. Right, I understand. That's actually kind of the first thing we talked about. Let's see. What was this? The roof. Or like something on the mountain with mysteriousness. Tekken Mitsu. Oh, okay, Mitsu is gonna be. Mitsu is gonna be. It's such a left field. They don't connect things, man.
祖母
Will it make you a genius? It probably won't, but
功績
let's see. Oh. How does this work? Probably like grade instead.
自衛
Yeah. You're not meant to guess if you know the logic behind the numbers, but you're still learning, so you're not quite know the logic behind a lot of the different number combos. I see. Yeah, I don't remember if I played it long enough. I know I played it long enough to want to be interested in what else could be possible.
成績
And then that's how I came across Everyday Genius Square Logic. 成績 Oh, grades with an S. Hygiene. Oh yeah, this is a weird hygiene thing, but it looks like it's preserved from Chinese and Japanese alike. Defend life. That's what hygiene is.
Esse.
Okay. Complicated, I'll say. Duplicate and random. That does sound complex. Kusatsu. Kusatsu. Okay. The other secret. Oh, come on. Give me for this one at least. He. Alright, I'm about to flip a table. They're both... So in Chinese, both of them are me. So when you put them together, it's just Mimi. Mimi is secret. But instead, in Japanese, it's... What is it? Mitsu? Mitsumi? Mitsuhi or Himitsu. Actually, I don't know which one is gonna go first when I think about it. We won't know for another 6 days until this is unlocked. Now, Green is certain to keep a secret. Right. If someone finds out your secret, not from the grain though, it will certainly keep it, then your entire face will be filled with heat. We'll try it for a little bit. Satellite-y, defend star. I can kind of see that.
衛星
multiple 複数 what
複数
複数 oh duplicate number oh yeah okay fair enough. Hmm
複雑
that's it. Yeah, I haven't played a puzzle game in a very long time. We're not doing point and click adventure games for now. Man, oh, that last Deponia thing really hit me hard by how I do not think of obtuse solutions, man. Oh, we do want to play something else. Like I'm kind of feeling like a witness situation, and of those things I haven't gone to yet. A game hurts your brain. Yeah, the Deponia series makes me like wanna sorry. Like I honestly would prefer just to watch the story unfold than try to figure out what's going on. Like it's so obtuse. Like it's not the same as like Super Monkey Island and stuff. It's not like Grim Fandango and whatnot. It legitimately, I'm like, yo, dude, I'm gonna be real, dude. This is way too obtuse for me. It feels like I just take an item and I just slam it into everything at some point. Like, you what? I guess for some people that might be interesting. I was humbled. I was really humbled by how obtuse it could be. At first, I was like, okay, all right, that's pretty good. Then the second game, I'm like, okay. And then the third, I'm like, flip table. I still have the footage of those things. I just didn't like make them public. Yeah, the footage is still there. I don't know if I'll have the courage to go back. Oh, which by the way, it's not very like the mystery detective things from visual novel stuff are really good. The Witness is amazing. Chance of Sinard, yeah, it's similar. It's true. I haven't gotten to that too, and it's about languages. Yeah, it's about Babel. Yeah, the Tower of Babel. And I played the main line, like the main progression line of the Talos principle. However, Talos 2 came out, and then recently Talos 1 got a remaster. So at some point I wanted to do the Talos principle. We already did Portal 1 and 2. Yeah, man, Portal is so timeless too. I haven't recorded those though, so there's always an opportunity to do Legacy. I've been thinking about things I want to do Legacy for, instead of always constantly focusing on new games. Whenever a new game comes out in a series, I try to set myself up for a legacy run. Like for Hades 2, I decided to postpone, but now that I think about it, I might do a legacy run from Hades 1, so we just run straight across the MSQ because I've already played all the extra stuff. I did it on stream, just the VOD is not stored somewhere. So often nowadays there's sequel upon sequels and remakes upon remakes, so I tend to try to lump them together and do a legacy run to better appreciate the thing. And Witness is the second spiritual, I think. What was the first one? I think this creator had another one. Braid. Right, it was Braid. Braid was fantastic too, and I didn't record that. Or like I didn't store it. Jonathan Blow, yeah. I don't know if he was involved in all the things. Was he? Yeah. Braid was the first game that it was his first major, kind of. Like, it was his breakout, in my opinion. I don't know if you played Braid, but it's a side... it's a 2D platformer with a timing mechanic. It's quite adorable. It was fantastic. It's a light platformer, but largely with a puzzle element of rewinding time. Like, you do actions and then you rewind yourself and then you do other actions. It's a permutation on how you can create it. Never heard of it? It's quite cute. Braid. Yeah, it was the Witnesses guy, the person who made Witnesses first game. And then that's what gave the Witness a lot of hype that led into it. There is a really cute sort of light puzzle game. I want to play through what's his name? Maybe I can coerce someone. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to coerce anyone. Haslight Studio. So the person who is in charge of Haslight Studio now, he originally started in a different studio, which then he branched out to. I think his name was. It's a Swedish developer. Joseph Fairs. Joseph Fairs. He used to work at a different one. It was like something like 505 or something like that. And they made a game called Tales of Two Brothers. And it recently got remastered. The remaster was like meh, but I wanted to do a legacy run because Hazlight is the people who did the co-op puzzle, co-op challenge-esque platforming puzzle. It's really hard to. It's more like the co-op game. And you probably heard of the breakout hit, which is It Takes Two. But before that, there was also Way Out. In between Tales of Two Brothers, Way Out, It Takes Two, and then recently it was Split Fiction. And I kind of want to do that at some point, but I need to find a willing participant sometime in the future. I couldn't quite convince a potato that I know to do it because he's like, nah, chief, I'm all about that live service pew pew action. So not quite yet. They're not quite puzzlers, but they are sort of. They're like performance puzzler co-op game. Cooperative games tend to have a cooperative nature has puzzle solving in it. Basically, you're trying to collaboratively work together in that sense. Split Fiction is a little bit more on the action oriented side, but I really like Hazlight Studio. It Takes Two is a cooperative puzzle game. More along the lines of Portal, Portal stuff. Unless we would drop everything. Oh no, but I might need new PC and stuff. But unless like Steam. By the way, the Game Awards is about to happen soon, Bree. And hear me out. I don't do this, but someone that I watch does this. He always places like subscriber gift sub bets on this. I'm already running the rumor mill. My thought is the internet would shatter, in my opinion, if Half-Life 3 is announced. Or maybe I will second place if Portal 3 is announced. Because of the whole like Steam box and stuff promo that's happening. If they ship Steam boxes with a bundle with like Half-Life 3 imminence and like Portal 3, that would be so absurd. But the internet would explode. Anyways, we've been thinking about what would drop. Lately, I've been thinking about what would drop in Games Awards, right? Because it's really not about the awards. It is still about the awards to some extent. But the viewers are there for the exciting parts, all the teases, right? I wonder what will happen there. Personally, I have my fingers crossed that a statement made by Sandfall Entertainment about a little bit more thing that they're gonna add to Claire Obscure as they accept the award for like 6 billion things. I'm just saying. Like, if there's any plays that they are gonna go announce, they already announced something. They got some awards already, and they announced that, oh yeah, we're gonna add something for free, but we're moving along. We're gonna work on our next project. But still, it would be really great if they dropped something else. That would be really wonderful. It's a little too soon though. It's been like less than 6 months ish. Wait, what was this?
平成
複数
Su.
衛星
I just realized there's two is in the same there's a homonym in the same pair of 5. Copying. Duplicate photo or photocopy. Copy, yeah. It's a pretty formal word. Okay. It's still often used to talk about carbon copies, but for photo copies, most people just say, yeah, copy or copy suru. Copy or copy suru.
複写
Kusha. That's a sha? Yeah. Noise? Oh, random noise. Static noise. Not the noise, but just noise. Noise. Zatsuin. Zatsuon, not zatsuin. Zatsuon. Miscellaneous expenses. Okay.
雑費
Zapi. Wait, oh yeah. Interesting. Zapi. Does rendaku. Makes sense. It's he before a tsu. Yeah. Zapi. Okay. Makes sense. Got you. Agreements.
賛成
Sanse. Okay. Agree. Yeah, okay.
Sanse.
Alright. Coin? Ain't Norway that this is going to be Sen.
銭
Zeni. Oh, right. Zeni. Oh, yeah, that's right. I do know Zeni. I should have known Zeni. Oh, so that's the character, huh? I thought it was the... No.
雑音雑費
I don't even know how to spell miscellaneous. Miscellaneous. Can be miscellaneous. Miscellaneous.
Buksha
Buksha. Yeah.
銭
賛成
Alright. Public bath. What the? Coin water? Oh, that kind of makes sense, actually. Wait. So...
Sento
Sento. Sento. Oh, it's not you. That's Kunyomi. Yeah, that's right. Sento. I think I'm okay with this. I think. We'll go along for today. This is Kau. No need to worry about that. Ooh, that's not a show.
傷
Kizu. Leader. Leader, gun. Wait. I think that whole thing in the right is something, isn't it?
Oh, the whole thing is. Wait.
Kizu.
Gun. Easy. Wound. Show. Okay. The Shogun. Leader Shogun. I don't know. Have the keys to the gun that easily wounded the animals at the zoo. Alright. Heartbreak. I can see that.
昇進
Shoshin. Injured person.
勝者
Shosha. Okay.
Sento.
Sorry, my eyes are kind of weird right now.
Kau. Kizu. Shoshin.
See?
勝者。
Liberal Democratic Party. Oh, alright. I see. Self People Party. Oh, this lines up with Dang. Is that supposed to be Dang? Oh. Oh man, that is a good simplification. Wait. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah. With something else, there's just more than that. You can have like characters on the left. Interesting. The Individual People Party, yeah. Individual People Party, Liberal Democratic Party. AKA the LDP. Yep. What is that? Jiminto.
自民党。
Communist Party. Yes, together give birth? Son. Interesting. What is that? Kyosanto. Okay. Political party, yes. Yeah, it is Dang. Seito. Okay. Yep. Toin. Okay. Socialist Party. Ah, Shakai. Oh, society. Oh, interesting. Makes sense. Society Party. Shakaito. Alright.
共産党。
Santo.
政党。
自民党
党員。
Oin.
社会と
Alright. Actually,
卵
tamago. Okay, just checking the pitch accent. Tamago. Ooh. Oh, is this like nama tamago?
生卵
Nama tamago. Okay, that's fine. A boiled egg? What the? Ite tamago?
ゆで卵
Ite tamago. Oh, it's interesting.
卵
Okay, and then it hops up. Whoops.
生卵
Interesting. To die? That ain't no eh. I would be very surprised if this is eh.
染める
Someru. So. Oh, just so. Oh, I could use so instead of soup. So is kind of helpful. Okay. So what we got, Chief? What are we looking at here? We're looking at a tsunami, 9 tree, then and Meru. Alright, I think we want to do Meru first, then Sen, and then Die. Alright, so that is darn. I don't know. After the tsunami, the 9 centaurs use the, I don't know. Use the knocked down trees to make die to Meru out. Right, and Meru out messages for relief. Okay. Okay. Oh.
染める
I did. I didn't even add salt. Okay. And then we have infection. Does that make sense? Yes, that is definitely infection. Yeah. Now we got a double stack on them. Gansen. Gansen. I almost said Gansen. It's also Gan. Ganrong. Right? Ganrong. No, Ganrang. Yeah. Ganrang. Kansen. Kansen. Alright.
Tamago ゆで卵
Eh, you did the tamago.
染める
Eh? Oh.
生卵
I'm so used to writing the read first. I'm like, what is going on? Oh.
感染
Oops. It's the ED. Contagious disease. Does that make sense? Yes. Transmit, die. Yeah. What do we have? Den. Incendio. To get dirty. Yeah. Are we doing the
汚れる
Yogoreru? What in the... Oh no, that's not what I thought that would do.
汚れる
Oh boy. Yogoreru. Note that the reading Yogoreru is generally used for getting physically dirty, where Kegareru is more figurative, so more like to be defiled. Okay. Okay, so we have Nami or something. We're just gonna say tsunami or something water-like. What in the world is that? Is that a handle in the ground, or what are we looking at here? What you guys go with? 2 in prison? All right. Well, I'll flow with that.
汚れる
Dang. That's interesting. That's definitely interesting. Oh. Page 30. Alright. 2, we'll just say after the tsunami, the 2 prisons were Yoko to got dirty and was video Hega Heck. We'll stick with this for now. One read at a time. Okay, God. Solution.
Osen.
Osen. Okay. What? Okay. Dirty water. Oh, it could be kun though. But we'll go with osui.
Osui.
Okay. Stain. Okay.
Oten.
Oten. Alright.
Densenbyou.
Osen.
Sen. Oh, wait. Yeah.
Yogoreru.
Okay. Oh, man.
Oten.
Oh my.
汚水。
That ain't no yoku. Oh, actually, maybe it can be. I don't think so.
欲しい。
Hoshi. Oh, this is. Oh, yeah, that's right. This is Hoshi. Wow, this is late. Whoa. Hoshi. Okay, that's fine. We know. I didn't even click until I heard it. Yo,
Yokyu.
cute. Makes sense. Cardinal desires. Oh. Oh. You want meat, you say? Cardinal desires. Kind of sketch. Is this gonna go with Niku? No, right?
Nikuyoku.
Oh, Nikuyoku. Oh wait, Niku is. Oh yeah, that's right. Niku is onyomi. I keep thinking Niku is not onyomi.
Shokuyoku.
Okay. Alright, sure. Atatakai.
Atatakai.
Atatakai. Wait, just like atatakai, people would pronounce will often pronounce this as atakai. Yeah, atakai in, but when it comes to kanji exams, or atatakai. Yeah, fair enough. One of those. Atatatatata.
Nikuyoku.
Yoku. Heck.
欲しい。
Are you? Wait. How do you desire a specific food? I don't remember. And oh yeah, appetite. Desire to eat. That's right. That's right. Yes. I knew that. Oh, whoops. I forgot to write the skip.
食欲。
Oh.
欲求。
with an S.
暖かい
Warm temperature makes sense.
温暖
Okay, Ondan is fine. Skua is fine. I think this is still Yaku. Wow, this is a general term for reason. This tends to be more focused on underlying reason or cause of something. It's also used when explaining a situation or there's usually Yaku stays Yaku.
わけ
Wake. Heck. Alright. Words. Shrimp. Yaku. Reason. Wait. We have translation and reason. Or actually, we should leave reason. Shrimp, the yaku. Oh my gosh, there's so many things. Yeah, the yaku. Add a word with the what? What is about the reason for the missing shrimp? Cooking in the ghetto. Okay. Alright. Alright. Translate? Oh, come on. Let me use wakesu.
訳す
Yaku! Alright. Then they preserve the yaku. Oh my. I'm about to... I'm gonna flip the table right now. So they use the onyomi where there's usually a kunyomi, and the kunyomi where I thought there was gonna be an onyomi. Like they preserved the yaku. Oh, I feel like I got bamboozled. Yakusha.
役者わけ
Okay. What?
机役者
訳す
Yakusu. Alright, translated term. That makes sense, makes sense. Translate language. Sure. Can we get a... Oh, Yakugo. Okay, alright. What do we got? Interpreting. Interesting. Password. Yeah. Yeah. Tsuyaku. Oh, I thought it was. Ooh. Okay. Tsuyaku. Eiyaku. Okay. Wayaku. Alright. Burn. Oh, okay. That type of burn. Injury burn. Scald. Yeah. So what do we have?
やけど
Yakedo. Oh, now I'm just gonna flip a table.
the reading of this is unlike anything you've seen with these kanji. Of course. All right. I can yakedo. Of course you would yakedo me. All right. Okay, we got fire. Make it a little simple, right? And then we have show wound, right? In the ya. Oh no, I can't do that. The shogun was wounded from a fire. Started in from a burn in the car fire in the yacht from a hot kettle. I don't know how this is making sense, but hot kettle that was knocked over by a door. I don't know. Onto some grass. Yakedo. Okay. All right. Next one. Will. Intriguing. Yeah. I feel like I just got this. Ishima. Is this right? No. Bill. I don't know if I just got this.
意欲
Anyways, Yoku. I don't think so. Somewhere else. Man, translated term.
英訳
Oh, I didn't even look. Oh my gosh. Ah! Oh my, yo. That throws me off so hard. Oh my goodness.
「訳語
Oh. Wait, what?
通訳
やけど
Oh.
意欲
和訳
Okie dokie. Hunky dory. Long day, long day. Alright. It's 4 hours, which is not too bad. Not too bad. Got some yapping, right? Alright. So let's see the definitions of the new ones. Welcome. Interest. Acid. Strict. Throw away or throw out. Secrecy. Secret. Alright. Harmonic keyword. Mo. Gay. Kyoto. Genji. Uh-oh. Mitts. And heat. What are you? What did I accept about you? Oh, it's the coon. Who is gonna be throwing out things in the cottage? Okay. Instead of suit. Or Sue is throwing out the suit. It's fine. Alright. Let's do our reads. Read into our defs. Okay. Q. Long time or long ago. Jo. Preface. Get. Welcome. See. Intention. Own. Kindness. I. Gather. Sakura. Sakura. Eternity. Eki. Liquid. Gun. Eye. Ball. Soul. Ancestor. Eki. Achievement. Yo. Interest. Defense. Good. Duplicate. That's it. Random. Agree. Oh, I forgot about acid. Santa. Sun. Acid. And coin. Domesticate. Show. Wound. Oh, party. Amago. Eggs. Again. Strict. Sit. Sit. Throw away. Pull. Into. Itsu. Secrecy. Oh, dirty. Yoke. Want. Oh no. Yes. No. Yes. No. That one. Okay. Done. Warm. Skew at desk. Eat. Secret. Yakit. Translation. And 10 or die. Alrighty. Good times. Good times. Alright, folks. That's a wrap for today. Our lesson day, second half. Not too bad. Got a little bit of fun little conversations thrown in as well, and still kept it to 4 hours. Very nice. Very nice. Alright. We're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. Right. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a try, let me know what you think. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, share some stories, keep each other motivated and interested in our lives and in the lives of others, right? Until next time, minasan, mata ne, mite kurete arigatou. Right, thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第330天 is day 330. Yesterday, that's a bit rough. A bit rough. Got some returning favorites. Mian, cotton, not the greatest. Trying to remember mini, and getting that white towel to polish some wooden furniture. Han is wild too. It's the oddball out, which is hope for. Trying to think of it more like a sunken treasure now, with Finn's sword and a pirate's eye. R for Patrick. Hoping for enthusiasm from SpongeBob, right? And we have Toll. So aggressive. Toe, steal. Some Slender Man is trying to steal, and Tarzan is wiser now, reaching into the armory for a bit of deterrence. And Chong. This one's kind of rough. So, a little bit of a wiggle room here. Charlie Brown is in front of the English Manor, being coerced to use his finger and his teeth to hold up a glitter bomb as the rich kids try to prop up, right? Prop up a little bit prank on their elders. And Qi is even weaker than that. Fork in the road. So this is more something very different. Kirby is outside on foot, taking a different branch at the fork in the road to reach a house in which he enters, and inside he's for food, right? That's a new one. It's a new format. I don't know if that's gonna stick too well. The ideas are very difficult for these. Alright, let's get into our lesson.
膝盖
膝盖, yes. So, okay. And then guy is lid, right? Guy. A kneecap, really. Oh, the knee is a cap, I suppose. Get lidded.
膝盖伪造
伪造. Bogus. 造, oh yeah, to copy, to forge, basically. 伪造. You know, I don't remember how. Oh, yes.
伪造两栖
Yeah, to purchase. So you purchase in 2 different places. Amphibian, right? And
两栖凄凉
凄凉 bleak. 凄凉 bitter, cold. Okay. Or bitter, cold, cool. That sounds pretty pretty what? What was the word they were using? Pretty bad. Bleak. Okay. I was using desolate. It sounded more like desolate. Oh, bleak. Okay.
西凉，藤椅，
Hungyi. A rattan chair? Oh yeah. We had to look up what a what rattan is. Rattan. It then makes sense that it would combine with chair.
藤椅，膝盖，
What? Oh.
两膝，藤椅，味造，
Wait, so the other type of forge. Hmm.
西凉，
Excuse me.
骑士，
T-shirt. A fork? Fork to look at, discriminate. Oh, interesting. Or diverge. Do I have this? I have this kanji? Hmm.
骑士，
是
伪装，
伪装 bogus bogus attire. Yeah. 伪装
伪装，分歧，
分歧 part fork. Yeah, diverge part fork. 分歧
分歧，
I wasn't sure
沾
there.
湿，
沾湿 oh my gosh, moisten. 沾 oh man, that's so rough. 沾湿 moisten wet.
沾湿，紫藤，
紫藤 a purple oh rattan oh yeah that's pretty good.
紫藤，
Berseria does not make sense in Japanese right now. Although they just reserved the right character for it, so it didn't come up in other ways.
骑士，紫藤，伪装，分歧，沾湿，
All right.
洞穴，
洞穴 yeah cave
洞穴，仲夏，
仲夏 midsummer
仲夏，西袭，
西袭 to perch that's kind of weird, the breath part. I haven't seen breath that often to use as a in that way. It's interesting.
西袭，笛，
A bamboo flute? Oh, hey. Okay, yeah, that's certainly a flute. And a bamboo flute at that. Or flute. Diddy Kong is inside the living room of the house where he's making a bamboo flute. He gets a giant sprout of bamboo and carves holes into it and his monkey teeth to make a primitive bamboo flute. He then jumps on the couch and plays the Donkey Kong OST song with his bamboo flute. Alright, I got you. I got you. Actually... Oh, I see. A long flute is a Western concert for that. Hang on. There's Donkey Kong associated with the sprout thing. But I feel like there's another sprout. Oh, the closest is Enlightened recently. Oh, that's the only one. Okay.
敌 Hoang
Hoang? Oh my, it's another place. Am I gonna get it's probably Hangzhou, right? This is Zhou, is probably state. Hangzhou. Yeah, Hangzhou. Okay. Harry Potter's inside the chapel where a festive tree from Hangzhou with wizard ornaments hang near the altar. Okay, sure. Harry Potter casts a spell to summon Turntable and places it on the altar and begin to play music from Hangzhou. The muggle priests in the pews all pray that you will remember this weird mnemonic about Hangzhou, and Harry Potter wears a shirt with the word Hangzhou on it. Okay. Yeah, Hangzhou. Or Hanqiao. Yeah, Hanqiao. Like, Fuqiao, Fujiao, Fuqiao, Fujiu, Fuqiao. Fujiu. Okay. No.
Hoang
There's so many primary proper names. Why?
敌
And we gotta learn actually. The
仲夏
yeah.
西袭 洞穴 行
Oh wait, but there's a tree. Okay. I didn't quite make out the tree. Okay. Alright. Beginning.
燕
Yin. Why do you look like Shut? Or a guy. Oh, no. Yeah. Why do you look like Ying? Why do you look like Ying? Oh, okay. There's the Slender Man in there. And it's a shack. I only remember the shack difference. But there's actually an extra slender. Oh, it's actually a heart. Okay, so the heart is the extra with the shack. Okay. Mr. Birdman. It's been a while. Yoshi is in the bathroom of the pawn shop chasing a wild goose that is on the loose. I see what you did there. He's just about to catch it when it jumps out of the bathroom window and down a cliff. Suddenly, Birdman appears and say he will catch the wild goose. He gets on top of the toilet and jumps out the window down the cliff. Alright. I think that's fine. 大眼 Alright.
燕 陈
Sign of the Dragon. Is the ornament? Wait. I need some context here. Or dragon. Oh, is it like... What? What? Charlie Brown is inside the infirmary where he hangs a bunch of ornaments onto the infirmary Christmas tree. Each of them was the sign of the dragon on them to help the patients feel better. Even the pattern of the ornaments on the tree also formed the sign of the dragon. Charlie frowns, not feeling any better. Oh. Feels bad, man. Birthday? Don Chung? Alright, I'm gonna need that's just gonna have to accept. I don't. It does look like Chun though. The other ornament is Chun, if I remember correctly. It's for morning. Yeah. With the sun in it.
Mall.
Mall. Straw. Does look like a mall. Spear, or wait, yeah, spear alone is mall. And then we add some flowers to it. Now it became straw. Mario is inside the barn, which is full of flowers. Mario goes around with a spear, cutting down the flowers, then drying them with his fireball to create straw. He then feeds the straw to the cows who are hungry. Sure. Using the fireball thing. We need to remember the fireball thing, though. Thatched cottage. A thatched cottage. Mao Tai. I'm too uncultured to know what that is. I'm gonna go look. Is that supposed to be like the drink, or is that supposed to be the place? I don't know if it's supposed to be the drink. Oh, it is. Okay, it's an alternative spell. Oh, interesting. I kind of remember this stuff. Wait, it is the drink, right? Yeah, it's a spirit. Yeah. I don't drink this stuff. I don't really drink in general. It's incredibly expensive. I just know that. Not only is I don't drink very regularly, it's incredibly expensive. Special occasion kind of deal.
Mall. Yi.
Whoa, you look interesting. Do you look like a Yi though? You kinda don't. Where are all my zipper gangs? Oh, they're just all over the place. Okay. Carriage. Yugi is inside the living room of the house where he realizes he needs to commute somewhere. Sure. He used a car to summon a special carriage, which is a type of car. Sure. How the carpet on the ground. The carriage has a giant zipper instead of a door and moves with a bunch of fins that are attached underneath instead of conventional wheels. Oh no. Yugi gets in the carriage and begins to move towards the front door so he can get where he needs to go. Honestly, I'm okay with this. We'll try it. Public opinion. Yulin. What the... Interesting. Carriage. It almost feels like a vessel, not a carriage. Like a vessel. So like a vessel theory. Public opinion or something like that. I don't know. That's kind of weird.
Yi.
That's not going to help me remember carriage.
Zheng.
To rescue. I wonder if we can do 拯救.
Rescue. Or it could be like poll, pick, select. It could even be search. Yeah, there's quite a lot. Main spawn is in the basement of the English Manor, which... Oh, do you look like a Jung? Not really. What part of you reminds me of a Jung? Which has flooded, so the ground of the basement is entirely covered in water. Partially submerged, a priceless statue stored there. He discovers a finger drowning... Oh, right. Main spawn is in the basement of the English Manor on a rescue mission. The grounds were flooded, but he was able to reach the targets. Was able to reach the target's finger and drag them to safety. The rich aristocrat's finger. Yep, there it is. 拯救. Makes sense. Rescue. 拯救. Alright. Okay. Mr. Birdman.
燕
Ooh. I didn't check the pawn shop thing. The pawn shop is not very visible here. So Yoshi was rushing to the bathroom, chasing after a while in bathroom at the pawn shop. Chasing after a wild goose who swiped a priceless egg, spotted egg, and managed to escape Yoshi's through the window over the cliff. His associate, Birdman, and flew after. Needed something of second-hand nature.
整 鱼
That's gonna be a problem.
毛
Not that great.
沉
Oh no. Oh no. I mean, it could just be an ornament. Could reduce it to an ornament. Think about it. Alright, no whammies. It's gone. Wait. The heck? Alright. Oh my gosh, which one of the many is this?
扁
feel like it's
高
okay. Egg. Hmm.
网
Something. Man.
赤红
秋天的叶子变得赤红。
Say what? Yellow? Um.
融
Or melting. Melt. Oh, is it?
射 陪
What? Okay. Oh man, I can't unsee Cat Pirate. Oh, is this? Dang it. Huh. Somehow I want to type. Huh.
水稻
水稻是一种主要的农作物。
意
That's not gonna last very. That is very not going to last.
杏
What? Huh? Okay, hold up. What happened to egg? I don't know. What egg? I am an egghead now. Dang it.
肝脏
它的肝脏需要治疗。
Oh, wait.
埋藏
埋藏的宝藏很难找到。
Oh. Wait, is this like... huh. Hmm.
纠纷
他们之间发生了一场纠纷。
It's to get involved. Like, dispute. It's fine.
可贵
时间是最可贵的。
Precious. Sure. Precious.
My gut feeling kind of failed there.
缓 卵
I don't know if that's gonna stick. That one's a little rough. Deals with Luke Skywalker. Ow, my eye. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Wait. Oh no. I don't. Oh no. I think it. I think.
射
What? Oh.
秋
Don't know how long that's gonna last. Oops. Wait. That's Wang, not Wang.
间
Heck, Bay. Or valuable.
房 女婴
我抱着一个女婴，
干枯
河流在干旱季节中干枯了。
杯
Excuse me?
缸户
It's a shop! What? Oh, I had an eye. Sorry.
翁
I can't spell. I can't spell.
跟进
请跟进客户，
Say what? Or proceed, like follow up. Yeah.
做
Yeah.
朗读
他喜欢朗读诗歌，
他喜欢朗读 What the 朗读 Okay, yeah, sure. Wait, how does that work with long? Oh, bright. This is supposed to be like elderly man. Oh, yeah. There's no rich part. It's used for the rich part. But... This might need some work.
偏远
这个地区非常偏远，
跑步，
我每天早上跑步是为了减肥。
分， 垒，
What the lay? Heck the lay. Oh man.
岂能，
这是不可能的事，岂能成真？
噪音，
请减少噪音。
The chirping sound. It's noise. Sound is fine. Whoa. The show oh show 手舞足蹈。哦 ，OK。哦，Oh no，港口。
低，
What the lid? Oh. Oh, dang it. Wait. Nay. Wait. Nay. Nice. Japanese. Oh. Oh no, 病床 not 正床。
内阁，
内阁的决定影响全国。
How do you do the inside thing? It's a place. Like an inside pavilion. This one we're gonna get a pass on. Cabinet. Oops, cabinet. No. Ding. Zhang Nao.
争，
叫舞足蹈，
手舞足蹈，
手舞对，
小孩子听到好消息就手舞足蹈起来。
dance joyfully is fine. Oh yeah, we gotta make sure not to make. Whoa, oh, wait. No? E. Oh, 强类是
Hmm.
巩固、
我们必须巩固成果。
成类似。Not le lay. I keep typing the wrong thing. Fine.
伤脑筋、
这次的计划让我们都伤脑筋。
伤脑筋。Like a figure of speech. Like kind of get a headache or cause a headache.
沏茶、
你可以帮我沏茶吗？
That's not great.
胃、
成类似。
陈列室、
成列
是
not
里
lay.
摆满了
Oh
珍
my
贵的
gosh.
文物。
成列 Just kidding. 列成列式 Oh, just that. 成列式 Oh no. I lost it. When move. uh like a exhibition room. Oh, fine. Why did I write Gong instead of Gang? Come on. Come on, hook. That's supposed to be I don't know what that's supposed to be. It's supposed to be like a grain stock with something in. Thing needs a name. Not that. You know what?
饼、
Oh my gosh, it's being. Holy heck.
don't see the pen. I see more of a... What is the 3 little prong thing? Is there not a 3 prong thing? I could have sworn there was a 3 prong thing. Like a fork or something. Pen, huh? Claw is the other direction. Sting. I don't know how I feel about that one. We'll probably have to add to it.
箭头，
这个箭头很锐利。
Tree?
桃，港口，
他在港口工作。
Ah, dang it. Good throw.
城市，
我喜欢大城市。
账，
Try to take it in. Okay. All right. Knew this was gonna be a problem. Take it in. That Joe is so powerful right now. It's overpowered everything. Hold up. This is new. Oh my goodness. Oh no. I think this is cursed. Wait, didn't I write something for this? Oh no, I mentally did it. Just write it in now. Charlie Brown is inside the bakery, where he is... Oh, they're both award and reward? That... Where he was excited to hear about the bakery he works at getting state award. And reward bottles were handed out. Unfortunately, was excluded. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. That's not great. Caliper and comb. The heck? 我们的成品
And I'm gonna say like Shi Yong. I don't know what the home is. The caliper.
口袋、
我的外套有一个内侧口袋。
筹、闯、编剧、
编剧需要丰富的想象力。
What the compiled drama? Which is oh okay. Okay. Alright. Fair enough. Yeah.
扶、病床、
我在他病床旁边。
There's no chance. I gotta refresh this. Taking Nye again to deal with. Yeah, there's nothing really connecting the cone to Ned Flanders. It's Endure. That's okay. Not good enough.
液晶、
这台电视使用液晶屏幕。
Hmm. I 不跑2199 Oh no, that's no. 不 No, that doesn't make sense.
Why can't I think of something that complements ladder? Makes me want to type. Okay. That sucks. Oh, I wrote the wrong thing. Wrote wrong, right? Wrong tone.
和
Not floor. Oh. Yeti.
阶梯
他一步步地走下阶梯。
My lord. Save me.
庆祝
庆祝国庆。
占卜
我不相信占卜。
Or fortune telling. Or divining. It's fine.
T
Ah! I missed the 2.
Tian
I don't like you. Why don't I like you? Something makes me think it's cha.
擦
And why do I think it's ta? Rub or scrub? It's rub or scrub. Fine. Okay.
词典
汉英词典。
Whoa. Hey.
分配
均匀分配工作。
Just like, yeah, distribute. This is fine. Disperse is fine.
《观点》
希望你公开自己的观点。
报警
他看到小偷后立刻报警。
Okay.
红酒，
他们在玩
Red Wind. Sorry. Heckin' Red Wind.
阿姨，
我阿姨每天都很忙碌。
产，
Heck, I missed the W.
货，
Ah,
童话，
爸爸给儿子读童话故事。
回忆 what the忆虑 oh gee I don't know what that means. 他的 on the team. That doesn't make sense. If that's oh, we're looking at sleepy morning. Like, kind of just reminds me of like a recording. Oh, yeah, it is a recording. Yeah, a memoir. But I don't know what the Hmm.
定心丸，
你的回答给我一颗定心丸。
Wait. I don't think the middle is correct. Is it? Yeah, it's not. It is the middle. Oh, that's unexpected. Oh, that's probably whoa. You keep like, do you ever think you were holding your phone and then everything goes blurry and then you open your eyes and sit up with no phone and you blink and sit up and 5 minutes have passed? One of those days. Oh. I'm missing something in the middle. What? Is that not what I typed before? Hui Yi Lu. Oh. Oh, did I type? What? What did I type the first couple? Wait. I have no idea what I typed the first couple times. Yeah, I have no idea what I typed. That doesn't help. That did not help at all. I don't know what I typed the first time. The first two times. Very rough. Oops. Huh.
盖子、
请小心，盖子很热。
飞跃、
我们需要一个飞跃的进步。
What's wrong with Tuesday? Oh no. Something makes me want to type this. Oh no.
儒将、
这位儒将拥有深厚的学识。
爷、采、跪下、
他跪下了。
握、
What?
木、
Like you leave at 8:15 to get into breakfast, 8:50 at the main campus, but you have to queue and get your food and put the tray away by 8:25 so you can walk the 10 minutes to take your period art class after. Well, the sooner you leave, the more time all of that gets better, I suppose.
徘徊、
他在房间里徘徊不定。
Pace back and forth, but can also be pace forth and back.
剑、
Want to maximize sleep? That's a choice you have made. Yeah. Oh, lie. They want lie down. Ooh, that's a bad typo. I don't understand this. I thought it was Sheng. I think it's definitely Sheng. What in the world? Ooh, Shengchu. Oh, that's the location. Do I need to worry about that? I do need to worry about this. I don't actually know at all. Nothing is coming to me other than roll, but roll is without the left. Where does the word come? Okay, perks of Tuesday is a short day. Yeah, but you can also start the day quicker too. Flower. Oh, maybe. Oh no. No, there's no chance. It's no. How did the oh the promise? Dang it. Promise. Alright, we'll go work on it.
深处，
在森林深处，
取，
Do you sometimes just stare at characters and hope to somehow remember? Nope. I'm going through all the things that I may know. I rarely have time for that.
耐用，
我们的产品很耐用。
回忆录，
他的回忆录充满了情感。
I only give up when I run out of ideas.
诺，
How does the armpit with the flower underneath and then speaking promise could convert that into the right flower? Okay. Definitely convert that.
照，带，
You asked me like 3 days ago, why do I keep undoing things or moving them? Because I have more ideas. That's the main question. Like I don't just pass because I don't know more. You have to connect all the dots. What the could be?
戈壁，
Oh,
戈壁是一个大沙漠，
what the? 不理不睬。
不理不睬，
他对那些无理的话不理不睬。
Oh no, that's just ignoring.
弓， 橙汁，
可以给我一杯橙汁吗？
Are you thinking of sounds when you go through the cars? The actual noises? I have to. That's the first thing I have to do. That's why I always type it immediately.
会晤，
总统将会晤外国领袖。
It's still the same. Meet and talk. Oh,
妄想，
他总是妄想自己是世界的中心。
树
Heck. Oh.
尾
Oh boy. Oh. Oh. Okay.
西
What would be different if you didn't undo? It would move. It would make me want to look at the answer. Or give me a reason to pass without thinking about it. And it's not functional. There's no function to it. I don't use mistakes that way.
燕
Repetition doesn't help. Or it minimally helps.
T 胚胎
胚胎是生命的开始。
亚洲
中国是亚洲最大的国家之。
老天包，包什么？老天包着金香，香很香，前路有 What the？ That sounds like some crazy. What the? I'm not quite sure what you're trying to say there. Let me see. It sounds more like a greeting than anything. But it's like a nice... Oh yeah, may God bless. Okay, yeah. I'm like, are you like just making a blessing? I'm like, God protect some bounty and like some bounty for future. Like, oh my gosh, may God bless us with abundant wealth and a prosperous future. Oh, I don't even know where the future comes from. Let's see, Lao Tian, so God protect Bao Yo. Okay. I guess that can be bless. I see. Yeah, that's bless. That's Jing, oh yeah, Jingxiang, so that's wealth. Jingxiang, and Xiang, so big, all great. before the road before us. So prospective road before us, which is like prosperous future. That's interesting. God blesses with golden mountains and silver roads ahead. Yeah. No silver here though. Oh wait. Oh yeah, Ying. Oh yeah. That's not Hun. That's Ying. Yeah, Ying Xiang. It for me it says let's see. Yeah, God bless golden mountains. God bless golden mountains, silver mountains. Before road we have, which translates to that. Yeah. So like, and also by the way, the silver is in simplified. It's in simplified character. It said it's all those things, drama. It's like all those things. It's not even May. There's not even a May. The May is understood. So it's a saying. So all the sayings are all correct. So you have old heavens, which is God. And then protect, preserve. Like preserve, like a bless for preservation, which is just being blessed. And then you have gold mountains, or oops, I did good. Gold mountains, which is wealth. The silver mountains, which is still well, like it's still wealth or prosperity. Well, not really prosperity, because you're looking at the road ahead. So the road ahead that we have, that we possess. So then if you combine the silver and the road ahead, the silver then becomes something that's the road ahead, which leads to our prosperous. There are 3 more lines. I see. That's written and simplified. And where are you better organized? And where are you getting all of this? What else we have here? Let's take a look. It's hard to see from there, so I'm just gonna copy and paste it into a larger format here. From a song? Oh, it's from a song. That means grammar is all out of. That means anything goes, because the grammar is also out of the question. So what do we got? Lao Tian. So Lao Tian, God, or the heavens. This time it's probably heavens. Lao Tian. It could be God or heaven. Lao Tian jiao shuo. Teach. Advice. Okay, so that's advice. 教说别管 not to or stay out of 江湖. So streams, the river streams of what? Long 虎斗. Something about the streams and flows of conflict And then I don't know what the Hudo is. Kind of looks like a bad place. But heaven is like heaven advises to stay out from the flows of conflicts and power. And then what do we have? What else we got? Lyrics are all like lyrics are interpretive. Lao Tian Ding Zhu. Okay, we're going with heaven or God again. Lao Tian Ding Zhu. Instruct again, sort of instruct. 这辈子我像不丢. So something about the heavens telling me never to quit or never to quit being kind. Okay. And then the translation on genius for the second is God advises not to meddle in the rivers and lakes of strife. That's pretty much what that means. It's a really poetic way to say it. So all of these are all interpretive descriptors. So now we got Lao Tian, which Lao Tian is both heaven and God. Heaven and God are the same thing. So I'm just referring to something like Kami. Lao Tian Jiu. Okay, Lao Tian Jiu Pa. So Lao Tian Jiu Pa fears 36雷中打秋. Some 36 lightning bolts hits autumn. Okay. So what have we learned? God bless us with wealth. God bless us with wealth and posterity for our future. Please do not. He instructs us not to get caught up in strife and conflict. Help us remember never to abandon kindness, maybe in our lifetime, or else heaven fears the 36 thunderbolts that will strike in autumn. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think those translations are good, in my opinion. But it's a way to, yeah, God fears the 36 strikes that thunder in the, well, yeah, that's fair. I don't quite think it has to be interpreted that way, but the idea is still the same. Like most of the ideas are still there. So it's kind of like what I don't know. What I don't know is if these are proper, if these are modern structure. I mean, it literally says, God fears 36 lightning bolts strike autumn. It doesn't actually say strike in autumn. We're quite far away of understanding that. Yeah, it doesn't quite. So here's what I don't understand about song lyrics. I'm not sure where the implicit nature of position is. So like, for example, it says like if that says God fears the, okay, that's fine. God fears, I got that. And 36 strikes that thunder. That's not what I see here. But that's interesting. So the part that I don't agree with is that thunder in the fall. I see like 36 thunderbolts strike in autumn. That's interesting. I guess it might still be similar. Like, strikes that thunder is thunderbolts. The second one is really poetic. God advises not to meddle in the rivers and lakes of strife. So it's a really poetic one where like not to be consumed or carried away in the rivers of conflict and struggle. Or rivers and streams and lakes. Actually, it's rivers and lakes. They literally said lakes, right? Yeah. Cool. That's a cool song. I don't understand songs, by the way. So I'm gonna be honest. I struggle with English songs as is, let alone it's not the same as poetry. I do like poetry, but I'm not sure about song lyrics. And as far as I know, song lyrics don't necessarily have to form sentences. So it's gonna be a really long time before I can fill in the gaps. It's gangster rap? Oh man. I'm gonna tell you now, I can't even I can't even decipher it in English. Like, it's a skill that I kind of avoid most of my life. I think as far as I know, I haven't been encouraged to be interested in those things. I listen to them though. I just don't listen for the comprehension of lyrics. So like when it comes to like rap and hip hop and whatnot, I listen to the tones and the pitch and the cadence. I rarely ever comprehend what the lyrics are. I read lyrics though. I read the lyrics afterwards. It's still the same for Japanese. Like when I'm listening to a Japanese song, I'm like, oh, okay, that phrase I know. But in context, I have no idea what that means. Like, oh, they keep saying this word. I'm like, I don't know what the context is. That's the artist and song name. Karma Code. Oh, I see. Oh, Sky is your god? Interesting. Interesting. Hmm. Ying Guo or Karma Code. I don't even know how Ying Guo leads to Karma Code. Cause and fruit. Interesting. Thanks for the share. Is that one of the reasons why? Is that the thing that you have copied and pasted on your Discord profile? Was that where the lyric came from? Or is it coming from one of the songs? Like, is it the same band? Or the same group? No? Okay. You had some words, but I forgot what you told me. Was it the... I thought it was a lyric, right? From somewhere. But not this particular one. Interesting. Yeah, one day. One day. It could be now. I'm kidding, but one day. One day. And now I'm staring at something
And I'm gonna continue to stare at it. No. 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 Songs will be interesting videos even in English. You get confused and have to think about it. No, that's not right. So if I were to lean in on the tie, that wouldn't be right. Would it? You have ice. Machine.
也萌芽
春天时萌芽的植物很美丽。
糖莲
I wonder, a drama. I don't know, since you're learning Japanese at the moment, have you ever looked at people's translations of Japanese Japanese songs? I find it very like intriguing to compare people's interpretations of the song. Like, what I mean by that is often people talk about how there's a loss in translation, right? And they talk about like how it's not meeting perfectly, or like, oh, you can't express this in English. But the whole reason that it's interesting to me is because of that. Like, what I mean is, when you're trying to translate poetry and songs between languages, the richness of people who want to do that creates a necessity to interpretation. And I absolutely love that. Like, what I mean is, the translation, because there's this barrier of things, it engages people to want to be empathetic and imbue some of their identity in their translations. So for what people dislike about language barriers, I like about humanity. So when you're translating a song lyric, you can give four people who might be multilingual, for example. But what they would translate, the ones that I find most interesting are the ones that are most interpretive of it. It's kind of like when you're playing a video game, right? And you're trying to have an actor present, depending on how restrictive the medium is. Oftentimes, I enjoy actors' interpretation of it within their language while trying to capture the essence of other things. So, like, it's not the same when you're interpreting a song trying to fit it to a exact translation, because to me, it's something you're striving for that makes the breadth of interpretations missing. And what I mean by that is because songs, even in their native language, like, we're a native speaker, like I'm a native English speaker, but the song will still be interpreted differently from my eyes. Like, despite those words being exactly those words, they would not mean the same thing. So then when you go to translate another song in a different language in which you're reading, it habitually makes you want to think about the way you interpret the song. At least in my opinion, the ones that do. The ones that I don't really interact with very much are those who believe that exactness is something that's achievable and that everyone should agree on one meaning of the song. I love songs because they don't have a concrete meaning. Like, what I mean is,
there's a gist of what the song means, but they can be transformative. It's kind of like looking at an art piece and then dictating to another person what the art piece has to mean, with given limits, obviously. I do appreciate those people who like want to convert and translate song as accurately as possible. It's certainly a feat, but I do enjoy when people listen to songs and they add a bit of their interpretive flair because there are so many synonyms and like word choices. Like, for example, the whole time I was saying heaven instead of God, right? Because heaven is an entity that is bigger, and that's kind of my choice of using heaven instead, right? And then when I think of like river and streams, I think of the flow, the ebb and flow, and the turbulence and torrentialness of rivers and lakes, as opposed to thinking about it like literally strife and conflict. I'm imagining a turbulent river and lakes is what they're saying about not being swept away by river and lakes, like figuratively. So it feels a lot more like poetry when you are trying to translate something. And in a way, that's kind of what I miss about people who engage in creative arts. Like, there's less exploration of meaning anymore. A lot of times it's often about facts. So whenever you watch like a movie, there will be like an argument about what the exact meaning of that movie is, as opposed to what all of the things that movie could mean, like what the meaning is. And then, you know, obviously you can ask the developer and stuff what the intent is, and it turns out the developer and the person probably didn't even do this. Oh, here's a good one. Oh no, which show was it? It's an anime. Which anime was it? It's a very influential anime, but one of the influential Spy Family. The writer of Spy Family, there are a lot of fans who like were interpreting and looking at the nonverbal communication and the verbal and the dialogue, and they theorize a lot of balances between like talking about family values and spy, like balancing, and I don't know if you've seen Spy Family, but it's a combination of like a slice of life thing and like a spy backdrop. So it's a family that had to come together like a spy family, where they carry out their missions, but the individuals in the family become closer and closer because of their like cover up or their mission, which is a very Western thing. There's quite a lot of great shows that balances like family and spy things. When they asked the director or like the person who was writing and the animator of the things, you've never seen it? Well, the fans theorized a lot of things, and they know like they're good with Japanese and, you know, animation and stuff. And turns out the person who wrote it didn't have any of that in mind. Like most of the popular fan theories, that wasn't even the point. Like they didn't go out to make that point in the first place. And that's what I like about transformative things, especially about song lyrics and poetry and art. I kind of miss that. Where when people go and see something, they don't argue about what is right. They argue about what it means to them. Or like, not really argue, but they share what it means to them. And whenever people translate lyrics, especially Japanese lyrics, you get a lot of breathing room for what type of English words that they end up choosing. And it does come out like poetry. One thing I would have to say is there are some Chinese songs where when you know the Chinese, feels less poetic. This one was really good though. I like this one. This one, it's talking about, yeah, it's really talking about, it's very poetic. Like the words they use are very poetic. It doesn't come out as, oh yeah, don't hurt people, don't get in fight. Like it really is meadow in rivers and lakes of strife. Like hold on to goodness in lifetimes, like this lifetime. Like it really does say that. At least to me it says that, but it could be phrased differently. Like do not get involved in other people's problems, or like do not get in fights, and then always stay kind, right? Always stay kind. And then be wary. There are SpongeBob lore content creators on YouTube who interpret SpongeBob in such detail that you can't imagine the author ever thinking about it, any of it. I think they've just discovered coincidences. Yeah, and hear me out. Despite it not being true per se, art is transformative. So I do miss those things. Like for example, when I was younger, when I was younger, I took film class. Yeah, in high school I had film class, and also we also had like literature, right? Literature. And whenever people interpret things in class, we would write like essays on those. So it would be so sweaty because we're graded on essays. And it get down to the point where like, are we sure? Are we sure we're just seeing coincidences? Because like for example, literature would be like Shakespeare. And you often wonder, like, man, Shakespeare's not alive right now, but could he have meant all these things? Like, it got to the point where when I was doing my essay, quite nearly every single line was scrutinized for significance. And today, I like to think that there are still very brilliant people in the world, right? Like very, very intelligent people who can find and cross-reference patterns and whatnot. And even those individuals would not be able to produce what Shakespeare is held, the standards that Shakespeare is held to. Like, it almost feels inhuman for someone who could have right where they planned legitimately every single significant word. Like that's kind of, I actually like that. I enjoy that humans do that. They can find significance and transformative significance regardless if the original intent was to be that. And I think language has a really wonderful way of doing that when you're learning a new language. Like Japanese, when you're learning and you're listening and you're slowly transforming, your interaction with that language starts to take on a new form. And then having more than one language, it starts to take even more, like, you know, like a different form. I remember film, my favorite, like, I still love my film class from high school. And we did Hitchcock films. So we largely did Hitchcock films, like North by Northwest, and I think North by Northwest and Charade. Hold up, let me make sure these are Hitchcock films. There is one that we didn't watch that was not Hitchcock. It was On the Waterfront. On the Waterfront was not by Hitchcock. And we like scrutinized every single frame. There was a point that one of my classmates interrupted the class, or like asked the class, it's like, are you sure, like, are you sure Hitchcock really meant this? Like, it's kind of hard to believe. We watched We watched, of course, Psycho. Psycho, North by Northwest was Hitchcock, and then I wasn't sure of Charade. I'm pretty no, Charade was not Alfred Hitchcock. It's someone else, and I think it was really focused on the actors, but we also watched Charade and On the Waterfront, and you start scrutinizing the scenes, and I'm like, yeah. And I still love it. I absolutely love it. Like, you can't know if they intended it, but you can't rule out that they subconsciously did it anyways, if you know what I mean. Like, animation, this is why I love anime and like animation in general. Anime is even more intentful. Like, you can't, they're like, sure, you can certainly model after something, but placement of those things are important. Hitchcock was very important as a study for cinematic because he had to stage things. Back in the old times, right? Back in the old times, you have like a scene. And you would have a bed here, right? And a stand here. And then you would be looking through the window, right? You would be looking through the window, and then there would be two people standing here, like arguing or talking. Hitchcock back then had to stage all of these things. It's not like take a camera and go and shoot on location or something. So it's much like animation, where you have to stage all of these things. So the creators have to consciously make specific decisions. Now, you can feel this as a viewer because you can intuit what is soulless versus what is soulful. Because when you see a soulless piece, you would notice that, I guess it's just normal. Everything's just normal. Like, that's normal. That's normal. You just went through and captured normal things. There's no soul that is communicated from the creator into their work. And that, you might be thinking, well, isn't that just a documentary? Documentaries have narration. It is cut, edited, and presented in a very specific way to communicate their message. So back in the day, the early days, instead of relying specifically on like recreations of hyperrealism, when you analyze Hitchcock films, there's so little noise. Like nowadays, you can add noise and realistic backgrounds and stuff to create that imagery of noise and detail. Back in the day, the stages are so immaculate. They're clean. So you know that the object that is being placed and the position of the camera, there's so little to scrutinize. So those things are so inherently important. And that's what I really loved about when people do essays on old movies. The new movies are a little bit harder to know, really. And that's kind of where you get to that territory, like what was intentional. SpongeBob is animated, so it does create, and SpongeBob also uses a simplified animation style. And that simplification means that there is some intent behind the things they choose to include versus not. It's kind of the less is more situation. Less is more. And songs are very much that. You saw a video that covered a study that said the language change how one thinks. Very interesting. Yeah, it really rewires things. I can't wait. We're gonna have to do some songs and, talk about poetry. Were you the one that we wrote in haiku? No. Are you the one that entertained me? Someone in Discord for a moment started typing in haiku with me. Haiku. I don't know if it's you. I think it was someone else. It was kind of fun for a little bit. Start typing it, using it. I'm not sure if it was Bree. It might have been Blair. I haven't heard from Blair in a while. Hopefully she's doing okay. You didn't do haikus? Okay. Yeah, typing in like haikus were kind of fun. Thanks for sharing. That song sounds only so far just based on the lyrics. It's a really wonderful song. I think it has a wonderful message. Very wonderful message. It's very contrasty to what you said about gangster rap. Chinese, huh? Are they located in mainland? That stuff doesn't really... That stuff is not very popularized in mainland. Is it like Hong Kong or Taiwan? It's not every day you hear that type of thing being super like have high reach. I'm kind of running on like the statistics game here. From China, like mainland China, it's like 80 to 90% is like soft pop and ballads. Largely because it's from Hong Kong. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because mainland, there's like a very strong enrichment for like soft pop and ballads and like ballet and not, I mean opera, sorry, not ballet, opera. So the operatic singing and like slow instrumentals, things that conform to the age-old traditions. It's incredibly traditional in China, as far as my recollection, the impressions that I have. I can't tell you how many ballads I listened to. My parents still like watch programming from like whatever is available, and it's usually like opera, like Beijing opera or something like that. You have that really high operatic singing, and then the pop music tends to be like very ballady, and most of the lyrics tend to be incredibly wholesome. They're incredibly wholesome lyrics, but the lyrics tend to not involve spiritualism. They typically involve like pragmatic things, like love one's neighbor, like love. I know it still sounds like it's similar messaging, but the idea is most of the subject matter deals with earthly things, like a lot of earthly things. So that language is interesting. It's very potentially avant-garde in mainland. This is my impression as a foreigner, but it's a foreigner who has parents that like to keep track of what's happening in China, right? Intriguing. Do you usually listen to Chinese artists? I actually have no current Chinese artists. It's intriguing. Or like an artist that speak Chinese or use like at least Mandarin. Most of the artists that I listen to that I've encountered lately are Cantonese artists. And then a lot of the programming tends to be in Cantonese, actually. I think it's only like the last year since there was an explosion of Mandarin. You think I became popular in the West because XQC listens to random international radio station? Oh, that's cute. I have heard that there are quite a lot of people that have promoted international, especially like Asian, like China, Japan situation And that's kind of been really lovely. And then I was aware of SQC to some extent. I wasn't aware that it was because of international radio stations. And there was others like I Show Speed, right? I Show Speed also had a very let's just say viral exposure to Chinese and Japanese culture. So it's been, I think it's cool, and I really hope it stays wholesome and mutually respectful and whatnot. There has been quite a lot of outlying unintended overzealous stuff too. You don't really listen to Chinese music, you listen to some Japanese music. Do you listen to Yorishika? Actually, I'm not even sure. Yorishika. Actually, I'm not even sure how it's pronounced now. Now that I have Yori. I now that I'm focusing on Yoro, sorry, Yoro, not Yori. Yoro, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know what their pitch accent is for the band name. Hold up. Let me see if there's. You listen to Tsubaki? Oh, Tsubaki, yes. I think the band that I would listen to most of the time, like, it usually doesn't. Oh, it's in katakana, so you can't really know. Yorushika. Yorushika. I'm just gonna say Yorushika. Before I used to say Yorushika. Yorushika. The Mbuna guy. I don't think, to me, it's like my guilty pleasure. Like, this band is probably something that I listen to habitually. There's also Polka Dot Stingray that's pretty good. This one. This one. And then the composer is Nbuna. A lot of these bands tend to have like a composer and then have a front band name. I like Yoasobi. Yoasobi and Ayase. So which Ayase is the writer. What type of Japanese music do you listen to, Drama? Or like, what is an example? Sorry, not really what type of music, but what do you have an example? Outside Shipaki. Like, is there something about Shipaki that you like? Did you ever listen to Creepy Nuts? I know how that sounds. It's not what it sounds like. Time to steal some recommendations from you two. Have you listened to Creepy Nuts? That's the closest thing to some intense rap that I can think of, and it really is. It's more like hip hop, but you don't know. You listen to various stuff. Okay, so you don't know if you listened to Creepy Nuts lately. I feel like it's something that people would remember if you come across a group name called Creepy Nuts. Akayan, I don't know what that. I don't know what that is. Oh, I'm not familiar with this one. Can you tell me is it just Takayan? Like, it's written just that way?
リエン、タン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤン、ヤ
The only example I have is el video que acabas de ver no es de mi autoría. Oh, that's just a disclaimer in Spanish, but it's trap rap. Is that the correct one? It's a guy who posted and said that they don't own the rights to the audio that they're posting in Spanish, but okay. Trap rap. I'll take a 10 million 6 years ago. I'll take a look. Oh no, wait. No, I know who this is. Okay. Interesting. So the one that I saw was the one. Yeah, I seen. Oh, okay. Intriguing. I did see one of their music videos. One of their music videos went viral because it was yes, what's that kind of meme? Cheating is a crime is a banger, but got taken down from YouTube and Spotify. Wait, really? Is it because of the subject matter? Like what I mean is, like, the algorithm hit it hard. It's still I see one here. Oh, okay. Interesting. I see a bunch of people reposting though. Interesting. I will give it a listen. That's another thing for do tonight. I have so many things to do tonight. What an exciting evening I will have. Bree suggested watching this one guy who like breaks down logic puzzles, daily logic puzzles. That's kind of cute. I'll take a listen to Akayan. All right, thanks for the break, the intermission. Now we gotta complete this. I am running out of time. It's 4 a.m. already, man. I know I didn't do yesterday's Wordle. Bree already told me the Wordle word. So Bree does Wordle too. So I already know the Wordle word. So we're not gonna do that Wordle word. I can't help you. I can't participate. It was unintentional, but Bree likes Wordle. Uh
肇事者
目击者指认了肇事者的车辆。
Ever heard of creepy nuts? You better go listen to these nuts. I mean those nuts, sorry. You better go and check it out.
警
Check them creepy nuts out. I don't know. I said creepy nuts because that's the closest thing I can think of from your current list of things, or like the few things you mentioned. As a personal share. Oh.
「拓宽
阅读能拓宽思维。
Oh yeah, you listen to some German artists. Do I know any German artists? Nope. Does Rammstein count? I'm kidding. I don't listen to Rammstein, but I mean, I've heard some things from Rammstein, but that is I don't have any experience with German artists. I was memeing with Rammstein. There is a chance I might have heard some German artists from time to time, but I can't recall any of their names, unfortunately. Yeah, yeah. I mean, but I was memeing with Rammstein, so it counts. It's kind of like saying, "Oh yeah, like a German say like, oh, I listen to American music, Britney Spears, right?" Person opposite is wearing an Ado hoodie. Listen, are you wearing your hoodie, Mika? Are you? Did we already had this talk? We already had this talk, right? Actually, Drama had the talk with you, not me, but I think I don't know who is here, but you know, you are. Oh, you should go and talk to them. I mean, that sounds amazing. You will not be saying anything. Oh man, why not? You met another person with an auto hoodie. Okay, all right. It's up to you. Oh wait, you might not have time because you already have like 5 minutes and 5 minutes and 5 minutes. You're already cramming all the 5 minutes. That's fair. It's the second time you've seen. Wow. I don't think that quite improves the situation, but all right. Oh, wait. Oh, develop. Oh, wait. Yes, or expand. Oh, you're in art class right now. Oh, absent teacher, but someone else is in your class is wearing it. Oh, okay. Adohu. Oh no. Okay. All right, I'm gonna try to finish this while you guys jibber jabber. Uh-oh. I remember they used a flag for this instead. Honestly, not good enough. Oh, it was May. Ah, dang. How can I improve the eyebrows? I made it about grooming, about Mario's eyebrows. So we'll see if we can make that better. It's expand and develop, or widen. Fine. Kid Hootie. You're fine. You'll live.
玄
All right.
喘
I gotta finish now.
意 含
Should have
没
went with the May. But we do have to reinforce it. Not getting it there, really.
相仿
我们在厢房里吃晚饭。
What the temple? You know it's bad when you get to watch along in art class. I see. Really bad. I am drawing a blank on that, even though we worked on it multiple times. Okay.
枯萎，
花因为缺水而枯萎了。
匆而去，而处，
匆匆而去，
而去，
他匆匆而去了。
去。Okay. I don't know, going in a hurry. Maybe you should buy auto merge so they come up instead. Whatever works.
喝，
I think this is a pass. Sure. Yeah, the pass. Again, we already worked on it. That's really annoying.
E 节，走，是，
各位演员，
英俊，
这位演员又英俊又聪明。
Heck! Huh.
干燥，
沙漠的气候非常干燥。
习，
Long ago, a long time ago. What was crazy to you was finding a random blue archive player when playing chess with them? Ew. Blue archive. I'm kidding. Okay.
窝，
Well, that one kind of sucked. 。
Quick.
喷漆，
他的衣服上沾到了喷漆。
喷漆. Well, that's gonna not last very long.
篷车，
他们用篷车运送农产品。
匣，
Oh no.
惹事，
别去惹事，安静一点。
侠义，
他相信侠义。
义，仲裁，
强制仲裁在美国很盛行。
亲爹，
他找到了自己的亲爹。
壁垒，
消除壁垒是合作的关键。
Huh. Oh.
挽救，
医生挽救了他的生命。
挽回，
他的努力挽回了失败。
停泊，
小船停泊在河边。
Oh, the pass. We're just gonna add long ago and stuff. Same difference.
血，月，穴位，
背部的穴位能缓解腰酸。
脂肪，
他想减少体内的脂肪。
姜，
All right, we wrapped up pretty well there. Oh, it's after 4 a.m. Oof. Oof. Another 4 a.m. I was supposed to cover Neverwinter today. Kinda did a little too much. All right. Let's get to this. Oh, there's a Hoang in here, right? It does look like Hoang. Nice sleep schedule, I know, right? Chen. Yi. Wait. Yes. Mao. Yi. Yin. That's Oh, this is the flood thing. Ja. Okay. To I don't know, yeah, to tongue. Wei Jiang. Wei Jiang.分歧。僵尸，僵尸，仲夏，七夕，怎么个七夕？洞穴，洞穴那些，洞穴，洞穴，两期，汤椅。What the 汤椅？ A covered chair? Oh, not covered. Just ran. How do you remember the things you just learned? Strange ass. You remember them? Forehead? I'm kidding. I mean, like, you use your mnemonics. Actually, I don't really look at my mnemonics. I look at the character. The characters look like what they are now. Most of them. Tilia. Qiliang. Yeah, I just you remembered them, you know? Sometimes I use the mnemonics. Like this one. Can't really see though.
Shigai. I mean, I only have to remember these ones, technically. You only have to remember these ones because all the vocabulary you're supposed to get them from yesterday. It's the second time I've seen these. Right? So, you see them once, and then you see them again. It's the third time actually. You see them once, you see them again, and then you see the other ones as a vocabulary immediately after that. So technically the only new things that I'm quote unquote remembering right now are these things. All the other ones are getting exposed again. I guess it's still remembering them. But they've already occurred. All of these characters already occurred before. Like twice. Wait, y'all. 旗舰 That's discriminate. Then what is that one? Diverge? Okay. Yeah, so you're really technically only remembering 7 new things each time. Like 7 new characters. All these are new words. Like all these are new words, but Chinese, Mandarin at least, or traditional, oh actually just this is Chinese. So Chinese have a way of remembering things even despite after there are examples that feel like Japanese, like for example something like this probably. Whoops. Like I don't remember what the other one is. That's how rare it is. So there are rare ones, but it doesn't feel like Japanese. Japanese use less characters. I don't know how else I can say this, but because Japanese use less characters and then use things attached to the characters, it's actually less memorable because they use the characters less. And it might sound like, wait, what do you mean they use the characters less? Like, it doesn't seem like it's as frequent. Largely because Chinese has to use all the characters. Like you see the characters a lot. Like you see characters a lot. And I'd like to think that you see a lot of characters in Japanese, but not as much. Not as much. Largely because of particles and kana and katakana in the mix. So here you get really used to it. And also the pairing system, like everything is paired. Like legitimately everything is paired. There are some that stands alone, but those things function as relations. But because Japanese, I mean like the Japanese part, the ones that are formal words and are Chinese, they are also memorable too. So you can also say that learning Japanese can reinforce this. Like there are a few weak words here and there that got reinforced because of Japanese, and there are a few characters and vice versa, but it's felt way less on the other side of things. I know far more characters in Chinese than, like, I know far more Hanzi context than I know kanji, and I still think I have diminished return on recognizing characters. And also sounds are not unique. You know, sounds are quite literally not unique to 80 to 90% of Japanese characters. There are a few examples that are unique, like some yakus some shoals here and there, but Chinese though, more characters, more sounds. It clicks after a while. Honestly, just reading things kind of clicks. Like, drama was giving me sentences or lyrics from like a song, which doesn't, they're not structured like your usual speaking thing. They're sung more like in a way that it sounds. So you've been on a huge Japanese music kick, made a 8.5-hour playlist for study-ins. All you've been listening to? What have you been listening to, James? Oh, what's on that list? 8.5 hours is quite long. Any like particular ones right now? Like, what are you currently listening to? Like, it doesn't have to be in any particular order, but anything that's off the top of your list or like top of your head. And I'll go over this before I end the day. Kind of off to La La Land at this point. My stamina is waning here. Alright, so we have Harry Potter, who's in the chapel. He is celebrating, or... Oh no. It's something about a turntable. Oh no. It's Hanjo. Oh my gosh, it's Hanjo. Alright, so he's in, and there's like a celebration where there's a tree, and he uses his magic to heckin' produce some turntables that plays Hanjo music, and he has like a Hanjo sweatshirt. Oh man, this one's rough. There's really nothing you can do other than he summoned something, like he uses magic to celebrate Hanjo music. 80s city pop adjacent, I see. Yellow Magic Orchestra, I see. And then, okay, Yellow Magic Orchestra adjacent, huh? There are some modern city pop peeps as well lately. I think city pop in general is still very much alive in the pop scene for Japanese music. Taiko Oniki is another favorite city. Okay, also like Gari Panyu and Yoasobi. Yeah, Yoasobi was my example of the newer city pop stuff. Yeah, new age city pop things. I will place Taiko. Wait, Taiko on. I'm not sure if I. Yep. Okay. I have heard some stuff by her. I don't know if some of the J-pop stuff that I listened to way back in the day counts as city pop, but it's like meh. It's more like 90s J-pop as opposed to city pop. Like things like Ayumi Hamasaki situation. There are bands that are kind of old school that I remember, like Bees. Or X Japan. Let's see, we have Charlie Brown, who's in the infirmary. Oh, this is where he's like placing up ornaments. Placing up ornaments for the guys. Putting up signs of the dragon, but it doesn't help Charlie Brown feel any better. Feels Batman. Now we have Yugi, who's in the house. And he's like, yo, no, you know what? We're gonna go in style. So he uses his card and summons a car, sort of, in the form of a carriage. And for whatever reason, it has like an interesting zipper door and some old school fin wheel things. Malice Miser, yeah, there's Malice Miser. I'm familiar with that as well. That's pretty old school. Malice Miser is like the Elark and Seal situation as well. The era. A modern one that like goes hard that I kind of like, that they're also, I think they're coming, there's still a chance that they're coming back with the release. It's probably Maximum the Hormone. New metal band. There was a promo that linked up with that dance group. I forgot what the dance group's name. Akayashi? Or hold up. I keep forgetting their name. Atarashi? Oh no, Akashi. Or no. Atarashi Gakko. Yeah, Atarashi Gakko. They had a collab with one of the older, reimagining one of the older Maximum the Hormone things. So there was a video with them in it. It was a collab with MTH. And that sparked a lot of excitement that they might come back and release another album. Like MTH is going to release another album. Atarashi Gakko is like, they're peaking. Like they're doing super well. And then there's like in that realm there's still like Rio. Oh wait, I actually Rail. Yeah, Rail is still doing really well. She does the like the new modern city pop situation. Real. And then there's what's her name? Lisa. There's always Lisa. She goes hard pretty hard. Lisa. And then my personal, I've already shared this with Drama. My personal is Yorushika. Yorushika is, it's lovely. Oh, there is another one that I really liked, but I haven't listened to much of their things. They did the ending for Jujutsu Kaisen. Though the one track is awesome. I really enjoy it. I think it's the second ending. I think it's at the second ending. Hold on. No, it's not the second ending. Third ending? No, wait. Oh no. What's the band name? It's such a mood. Hang on, let me check. Which one is it? Jujutsu Kaisen. Not ending 2. Not ending 3. Oh no, maybe it's not? Oh yeah, it's called More Than Words. More Than Words by Hitsuchi Bungaku. Yeah. Hitsuchi, yeah, Bungaku. No More Words. More Than Words. Oh, this one is such a vibe. More Than Words is such a vibe. there were a couple of people who were learning Japanese that introduced a few like Japanese math rock stuff. That stuff is pretty meditative. Anyways, it's awesome to hear that you're enjoying Japanese music. I don't have too much time to listen to music lately. I do listen to soundtracks quite a lot though. I'm a soundtracks kind of person. Like orchestral pieces and movie soundtracks, video game soundtracks. Let's see. So Mario is inside the barn. Oh, where he's like taking a spear to a bunch of flour, drying them up to make straw for the aminals. All right, so we have Diddy Kong, who is in the house, basically monkeying around. So he's taking some bamboo. Basically making a bamboo flute. But I just realized, how does it work with the field? Oh, because of a sprout. It's a sprout, not a... There's a little stroke there that I can't see. A bamboo sprout. Yeah, what are my faves to put on? Like, if you go to Yoroshika, or Sakana Action. These guys, and you go to their channel, for example, and do like top 100, top 10, good enough. That's good enough. Sakana Action is kaiju. Probably kaiju is the newest thing. Yoroshika kaiju would be part of the song in the anime Orb. Orb would be the song from Orb, the anime show that went around. And then Yoroshika's Haru is from Frien's opening. So those are like viral ones, but these two are very... This is my, like, if I had to say my go-to stuff, like in terms of Japanese stuff, these two represent a lot of the qualities that makes them very safe for me. They really elicit my compositional history. I don't know if do you make music? Are you a musician by any chance, James? I was a musician. Life has ways. Yoshi is in the bathroom of the pawn shop. You do make music? Oh, neat. Very neat. I haven't gone back to trying to make music or play music yet. I'm trying to make some space in my life for that one day. Again. This is where Yoshi chases a wild goose who stole one of his priceless eggs from the pawn shop, and then flies out the window and over a cliff. But he's got his compatriot Birdman to take care of business. James Bond, who is in the basement of the. That's not Jung. Is Jung. Jung. Not Jung. Oh, in the English manner. Use Ableton, play guitar and bass a bit. I'm a violinist, and later I was like an amateur guitar, like finger guitarist, and it's still really amateur. So, but violin was like 6 years, something like that. When you're an Asian kid, you gotta start playing a string instrument. If it's not the violin, it's probably a piano. However, if you got like some extra girth and strength, you can pick up a cello. I was a scrawny kid, so cello was out of the question. What was this? James Bond basement. Oh, this is where like the basement. He's on a mission. Somehow the basement got flooded. The ground was filled with water. The ground was filled with water, but he managed to reach out. Managed to reach out and grab a hold of the rich aristocrat's fingers. And do what? A rescue. You were a violin kid? Oh. Yeah, you would love to be able to play violin. It's a really beautiful instrument. It really is. It's also incredibly competitive, right? It's interesting. Nowadays, I think of like examples would be like Lindsay Starling. That's a really wonderful way of embracing the medium between violin and contemporary. Violin was purely my parents' aspiration of the what you call it, the perception of using instruments, and especially string instruments, to create character and develop character and skill building. So violin was definitely part of that. I've yet to pull out the violin. There's also I don't know if you've ever seen the traditional 2-string instrument, the vertical one, like from China. I forgot what it's called, but my mother actually bought one of those, and she thought that my violin skills would translate to that. I think somewhere in the house there's one of those in there, but I don't know where it is. It is somewhere in this house though. I have 2 guitars. Well, they're just sitting there. There's so much things to do in life. Just don't have enough time for everything. I don't really enjoy things more or less. I just simply enjoy. And my life has to grow bigger with more people and more interest before I sway into new interest. Yeah, I have a seagull, a traditional dreadlock seagull, the standard practice one, and then I have a Saint Martin. I only have acoustic guitars on me. I don't have any electric. I've been more of a traditional string instrument kind of guy with a sound box. Although I think the Saint Martin that I have, it has a electronic interface. So it has like a plug-in for it. Yeah, music has taken you a big back step, taken a big back step for you too since starting Japanese. You feel it feels good though. You can just follow where the passion leads. Yeah. I hope other people like that's what I wish everyone has the privilege to do. Like all the things you have to do, right, in life, like all the homework and work and careers and stuff. I really do hope that in some part of their life, like at least 20% of their life, they can go and ebb and flow with wherever their passion leads. And the reason why I've been doing all these the last couple of years is not necessarily to demonstrate that I have all the time in the world, or like you have to be, I don't know, super rich, super genius, or something like that to find some sort of solace in your life to balance some passion seeking. In fact, I actually think there are people right now, there's quite a lot of people that I would argue have far more time and privileges that I have, but they are passionless in their life. There other things that are happening in their life is clouding the ability to have any form of passion lead something. So like it's not literally taking up all their time, it's emotionally and figuratively taking up all their time. They have spent like a very large proportion of their life like a bit like not motivated basically. Like there's so much empty space in the person's transition and willingness to find something that can make everything else a bit brighter each day. So it's kind of a fun challenge day in and day out to try to get people to elevate their life, because it's one of the richest things you can do as a human being, and that is to create and follow passion without the need to do that. Yo Jim, did you just call James Jim? Trauma. I see what you did there, or I hope that's what you're doing. I don't really know. Anyways, you did yeah, that's probably what I wanna say to everyone, at least whoever's here or in the future or something. I'm near the end of my, like, it's time to head off soon, but what I can say is when you are alive, so basically whoever I meet as a human being, right, I assume they're human. You might be thinking, wait, you meet people who aren't human? Yes, I do. I talk to bots a lot. There's a lot of chances they end up being bots and not the actual human that's behind using the bot. More on that in the future, I imagine. But for now, I like to think that if it's one person or two people or three people, one person at a time, we gotta keep each other, at least in my opinion, we gotta try our best to keep each other motivated. You have a confession, I'm a robot? Hey, that's my gag. I actually use that gag sometimes, where someone would say like, hey, I didn't know you were on. Man, you stream a really long time. And I was like, that's because occasionally in the middle of my 8-hour stream, 2 hours of it is run with a deep fake on a loop using AI models. So I'm technically half robot. You just don't know. It's a seamless transition. Occasionally when I'm like typing in Discord, it's actually the real me. The me that you see right now is, it's Sora working in overdrive right now. You know, all this stuff is really planned. I am too. You wonder what an AI Mako stream would look like? Ask ChatGPT. I can sound like ChatGPT. I most definitely can sound like ChatGPT if I wanted to. ChatGPT sounds like when I was writing my scientific papers. So like put ChatGPT on a TTS and then use like maybe a VTube rig and say like, oh yeah, you know, guys, hey, I'm gonna try something for the next year or so. I'm just gonna represent myself in this as a VTuber avatar. I prepared this rig. I actually can rig and do the stuff in Blender. So you just say, I'm just trying to try this out, and then put a TTS on, and then use ChatGPT to push out a like maybe like you can confine it to a university level, maybe second year, sophomore level English, and then speak by impersonating, I don't know, scientific writing. You can probably get away with it, honestly. How can RNA viruses maintain genetic information over evolutionary time scales despite mutation rates that theoretically exceed Egan's error threshold, and what mechanism allows them to avoid mutational meltdown? That is a great question, of which I do not have the statistical know-how to comment with great certainty. However, RNA viruses tend to be challenged by bioselection, right? So RNA viruses tend to be parasitic in nature. So typically the host ends up selecting for those. So no, they do undergo mutational meltdowns and mutational rates that lead to abortive mutations in RNA viruses. However, because of biological dependency of RNA viruses, I would make an argument that it's very reasonable to say that the host-dependent nature of RNA viruses would probably still continue to select and continue to select beneficial mutations that allow them to persist in the host. So mutational meltdowns do occur despite that type of mathematical theoretical model. However, when you factor in biological hosts, then there might be an enrichment due to the biological selections on preserving, or quote unquote preserving, selfish mutations, right? So RNA viruses may persist perhaps by biological selection. Another popular way to view it is perhaps RNA viruses do not undergo catastrophic mutational meltdowns because the minimalistic codes that they have are maybe more robust than like your counterparts in higher organisms. And generally speaking, RNA viruses also do not get like interacts with cellular factors that larger organisms do. Like our cells microenvironment does affect like the sensitivity and the selection factors that create our like RNA sturdy abilities, while RNA viruses may carry genes that simply are more tolerant to mutational rates. That doesn't mean that RNA viruses like suddenly don't start become abortive or malfunctioning. There are very good evidence that there's a lot of insertional mutagenesis that persists that might have originated from RNA viruses or integrating viruses. Like our genes, like for example, the placental gene. The placental gene is viral of origin. So there might be even to the point where when a RNA virus, and we're talking about retroviruses here because I don't really know too much about non-integrating retroviruses or non-retroviruses, non-RNA retroviruses. When they integrate, they might also have host protective nature. So there might be correcting, they can, while they're hijacking in their life cycle, they can also be edited in the host. So even if they have theoretical abortive mutational rates, it can be corrected possibly due to replication machinery that they hijack in the host. So like a virus enters a cell, they also can benefit from the error editing and stuff of the host. So even if they undergo high mutation, there's a chance that whatever recombinant actions that happen, right, in the host can be protective against it. I mean, if you think about it, there's also many things that make the host incredibly have mutational rates. I'm not familiar with Eigen's error threshold though, like how that's calculated with respect to mutational rate. That's a really interesting question. I don't study this, by the way. I don't study catastrophic mutational meltdowns. I typically study conserved coding regions for viral what is the word? Viability. The viral viability. So we test like what disrupts the viral life cycle. And typically those things, despite having high mutational rates over time, those they continue to persist with functional coding regions for essential things, like essential life cycle related things. It's so interesting though. Where does that question come from? Where did that question come from? Drama, were you listening to something or writing something about it? That's super. I haven't tried answering that question when I was looking at RNA viruses in my graduate studies. That's a really interesting question. I wonder if someone ever hyper mutated that. You Google difficult questions about viral biology. Oh, I just triggered all my phones after saying the G word. All right. Anyways, that's a super difficult question, and it would be very difficult to answer, considering that you have to find what constitutes as how to elicit natural occurring mutational rate. Like what would you do? You can accelerate the mutational rate by irradiating the RNA, but that destroys pretty much everything, right? So the alternative is you could find you can maybe construct a RNA virus to target a very fast replicating organism, like maybe a microbacteria or like a microbe, like a bacterial thing, and then just run it 8 billion generations, like just rapidly constantly reproduce the bacteria, and then you can introduce a gene for the RNA virus that would be easily visible, and then you can see if maybe you can calculate how abortive it is over time, how many generational bacteria, and then when you check when it stops, you can analyze the viral DNA that's present in the culture that loses, I don't know, a bioluminescence gene or something like that makes you visualize, so you can color or you can use excitation or bioluminescence to track which bacterial generation that the virus protein stops expressing, and see how many mutational things happen before the viruses stop persisting. But the problem here is it probably will continue to persist. I would be more interested right now. The first question is, can you get a virus that will infect a high reproducing organism and have it immediately become mutationally gone? Like, how would you do that? So the question is there a way where you can mark the RNA virus, have it target like an organism that repopulates in a very large volume, like a bacteria of choice, and then be able to microfluidically sieve out and sort? You can do this still. You can sort cells like this too. You can sort it based on the biomarker that you placed in the viral vector, and then you're trying to do it enough so that you can collect a bunch of you separate them based on the color metric, right? Or the whatever tag you use, and you would screen all the ones that no longer express the viral vector. It might be 0. It might be so small that it just doesn't happen. But that would be the first really interesting question, where can you get a virus to target a organism and it replicates so much that there are enough bacteria or whatever organism you're using that actually have abortive, like mutational, like abortive viruses. You probably like it is pretty high on certain viruses, but I don't know of all viruses. Like the virus that I worked with, when you infect like your cells, right? Well, you have a cell culture, there's, let's say, like 10 million cells. Only a small fraction of them actually gets infected and starts producing virions, like start replicating the viruses. So inherently, a lot of the other ones, there was a reason, there are many reasons why it didn't happen. Either the virus did not successfully infect the cells, or it was silenced. There are so many things that happen that isn't necessarily related to mutagenesis, like a mutagenesis question. And at the same time, you need to be able to select all of them. Then you have to you have to determine and separate what was the cause. And then when you select all those, how many cells are left was due to like a mutational failure, like a mutational meltdown. I don't even know how you determine mutational meltdown other than it ceased to express. Like there's so many questions right now that I would immediately go and bury myself in methodology in order to determine how people even measured like Eigen's error threshold, for example. You would first look in the methodology in how is it theoretical, or they was able to experimentally determine what that is. And you can probably adapt one of the experimental procedures and then use like modern technology to create a viral vector that can be used as a reporter. You have a reporter gene in the RNA virus, and then you use like microfluidics or something, and then try to select and enrich for specific cells with a marker and a like phenotype or something that you can for certain determine that the virus itself, the RNA virus itself, just terminated from mutational meltdown. For the record, I have no idea what the characteristics or the specificity of mutational meltdown, and I don't know what Eigen's error threshold is. I'm merely speculating on the question that it is interesting to see that if you consider RNA viruses high mutational rate, why don't they end up being abortive? So what is mutational meltdown then? Happens when mutation rate increases too much, population size shrinks, selection weakens, and this can be triggered by antiviral drugs. Oh, okay. And then radiation chemical mutagens. Yep. Oh, so they were using artificially in order to calculate. I see. So antiviral drugs can also trigger mutational meltdowns. Interesting. I'm not sure of the antiviral drug. My impression of antiviral drugs tend to be one of like priming the immune system for recognition, or antiviral drugs for complementary base pairing. So like they would sequester the ability to express those things, or they cause a signal through like the complex to allow the immune system to eliminate or clear whichever infected cells there are. But that's interesting that antiviral drugs have something to do with mutational meltdown. Mutation rate increased too much and then population size squeeze selection weak. Yep. That's understandable. Ribavirin. I haven't talked about this stuff in a long time. Sorry if it sounded like rambling, but it reminds me of why I really like science. This stuff, whenever someone says like a question like this, I immediately think of methodology and start churning about it. Resident Evil type talk. I joke about that when I was in graduate school a lot of times. Yeah, I get the question, like I get the question from a layman's perspective a lot of times. Like, oh hey, like when Contagion, what was that? Yeah, that movie Contagion came out. Immediately someone asked me like, hey, how accurate is it the depiction of Contagion? I'm like, it's not, but if it was, it would be very boring. And Pluribus, by the way, Pluribus works in a very similar way. It's dealing with the genetic element. but it's glossed over for the drama and the other things. However, it was to explain the phenomenon that happens in Pluribus. There's another one that was kind of interesting too. The show Sweet Tooth. Sweet Tooth also used a very hand-wavy way of talking about mutagenesis, like unexpected spread of mutagenesis, and then how like the idea of herd immunity works, or the extraction of information, like how would, if there was a pandemic that deals with a viral or genetic component, how would the humans respond in a post-apocalyptic world where also that this genetic mutation that allows them to be immune to whatever it is that's ravaging them has also a phenotypic presentation. And in Sweet Tooth, the phenotype is the people who are immune are hybrids. They are animal people. For you anime people out there, I suppose. So Sweet Tooth, the main character, has antlers, and then there are like other kids, and most of the kids are born with a hybrid mutation, and that hybridization also created or is linked to whatever the immune system, that mutagen, like the event that allowed them to be resistant to this disease, that one of the phenotype presentations is a shaky pinky. So humans that are exposed to hybrid life was really interesting backdrop. Is it possible for a virus to replicate so aggressively inside a host population like bacteria that a large proportion of the resulting virus particles become defective or aborted due to excessive mutation, effectively sabotaging its own viability? Viruses always sabotage their own viability. Was that my question? Wait, was that my question? Let me see. Not kind of. Almost. It's so a virus, right? So a bacteria doesn't have like, it's not a multicellular organism. So oftentimes if the bacteria itself is abortive, then the bacteria just dies, right? So oftentimes when it's aggressively populating, that's just lysis. So you can't really tell, you wouldn't be able to distinguish. I guess the question I'm asking is I wonder how people distinguish. If you're trying to create abortive mutational meltdown, how can you distinguish between the difference between a lysis cycle like a virus just killing the bacteria, because viruses typically kill, like end up ending the host's life due to what that is, where they just aggressively populate inside and then the host dies, right? In the human you can have, so RNA viruses can persist with the human host, right? Their whole idea is that when viruses enter a host, they don't want the host to die. Like, most of their selection factor is to preserve the host as long as possible. And RNA viruses have great adaptive mutational properties a lot of times, because the ones that we understand are the ones that kind of don't prevent the host from, like, they don't immediately affect the viability of the host. Like, the idea is the natural selection to keep the virus alive is often selected for. The longer the host lives, the more the virus stays viable. The question is, what happens to how much percentage of when the host is still alive, how would you be able to detect mutational meltdown, or if it even happens? Because the host has to be alive still. Otherwise, I don't see how you would distinguish between the host dying and abortive mutational meltdown. Because if the host dies, then the virus stops reproducing. If we're talking about like traditional RNA viruses, they're parasitic by nature because they need a host to be alive. In order to determine or distinguish the properties between something that is mutationally abortive, you would have to extract the abortive, some sort of phenotype that represents an abortive mutational meltdown. I'm saying abortive because that's probably one of the endpoints. So how would you distinguish between, how would you even detect it? How would you detect a virion that became defective and abortive due to excessive mutation with the host alive? That would be like a natural thing. If you say, is it possible for a virus to replicate so aggressively inside a host population that a large proportion of the resulting virus becomes defective or abortive due to, that's true. I don't know how you would be able to detect that if it's true, right? Sorry, if it's true. And then the normal situation when something replicates so aggressively inside a host is that the host dies. And then with the host dies, then viruses stop being made. So you could do that and then like somehow differentiate. So like you have a host and maybe it'll just replicate a lot, right? And then you collect this host. How do you differentiate between the virions that are abortive and then the virions that are just okay? They're like, okay. You can maybe try to argue that the virions that have a capsid or something are ready to release. Or the other way to do it is you maybe culture a bunch of bacteria and then you lysol them. This would release all the matured virions and then the maybe like sequences that haven't been matured. I still don't know how you would differentiate that. Like there are so many problems with the methodology of trying to distinguish what is considered abortive if you don't know what an abortive possibilities are. You could kind of collect all the sequences and look at how many, like high throughput way, you can sequence all the viruses in a pool and then look at how many copies or reads proportional to known mutations that would cause a virus to stop being viable. So for example, if you have an RNA virus and you know where it cannot have mutations, these would cause a loss in viability or reproducibility, right? Like they would no longer reproduce. So you could grow a bunch of bacteria or human cells or whatever the target is, the target cell. You infect them, and there's like a bunch of things in all of them, right? These are all copies. Then you go and collect, you rip these guys open and you collect all of these strings. This is like a high throughput sequencing method. And then what happens is you already know the sequence of this. So what you can do is you can read and reproduce like a data set. The data set would show you a proportional abundance of things. And the read will tell you all the sequences of them with proportional abundance. So when you compare the proportional abundance, you can determine what percentage of viruses have known mutations that stop them from being viable. But I don't know if that actually answers the question that we're talking about. So how do we use that setup to then answer the question, well, if a virus is in a host gene, what are the factors that are preventing the virus from entering a mutational meltdown, like constantly spiraling meltdown? And there are plenty of mediocre answers to that. Probably that the mutational rate, right? The mutational rate is not fast enough to counter biological selection. Like that's kind of a hypothesis that you could work on. Like one way you can tackle it is remove some of these. So like maybe there's a couple factors that you can demonstrate, like remove the ability for the host, put it in a host or a modified gene, a modified cell that has lower editing skills, like lower polymerase editing or something. And then you can see if the mutation goes up and it leads to more abortive deleterious mutations or something. Or in fact, it could be, that's an interesting question. It could be that if you place it in an environment that it has a dysfunctional polymerase that doesn't edit, all the viruses become abortive or something. That would be really interesting. There's so many interesting outcomes that could happen. And this would be the makeup of how you would frame the interest of your thesis. This is only after you spend maybe like a year or two reading all the existing body of literature about this topic. So I am speaking from a place of inexperience. So, and not really necessarily inexperienced. I do not have enough background information. So I don't even know if all of this has been done. And then here's an even deeper problem a lot of times. People who have done these experiments, if they have negative results, it's usually not published. So you would have to consult people who are in the RNA field to know if they have negative data that suggests this is a dead end. And as a plug to why this would be important is that if you are able to like induce a favorable environment that creates mutational meltdowns that is specific to a virus, that sounds amazing. That sounds like targeted therapy. but there's so many interesting questions. Like, my mind is racing. Unfortunately, I won't have time in the evening to do any of this because I gotta sleep in like 30 minutes and then do this all over again. But thank you for it. Was that ChatGPT that was coming up with this? But where did you use the I love this stuff. I mean, like, I don't do this professionally anymore, but if you're not excited as I am, I don't know. There's so many. All right. I have three things I have to fix or add to. We have or not nai. Yeah, nai. What was it? It was like comb, and has so many questions. Endure. We got to make this more about Ned Flanders. Maybe we'll make it about his mustache or something. And then we have Noor. Noor was like word, flower. There was something here. Oh. Noor. Promise. We might have to make Naruto have the right flower or something. And then May. May was a little disappointing. I was too distracted with my current thoughts to form this. May, which is eyebrow. It was GPT. It was the easiest option it gave you. I see. When did I stop my virology study? When I started streaming. Like 7 years ago. A little over 7 years ago. There is a slight overlap, but my some slight overlap. It's been 7 years. And specifically, I stopped doing virology research, which is not the same as how people talk about studying. Like, I can still read about virology. It doesn't stop me from because you think there was a big breakthrough during COVID, if you read that correctly. Yeah. Well, I have read it. The breakthrough is understood. Like, it's not really necessarily a breakthrough, but it was an excellent discovery. Yeah, and COVID coincidentally happens to be an RNA virus. However, I studied retroviruses, which are RNA viruses, but they aren't necessarily RNA. They're not COVID. But yes, the quote unquote the breakthrough was clarity on something that already exists. Yeah, breakthroughs don't like happen overnight. But I did read about it. Unless you're talking about something recent. Can ChatGPT give me a little thing? No. ChatGPT didn't write it. Yeah, maybe not anything that I'm aware of. Do you know what an RNA is? Oh, you're asking Mika. I have no idea what an RNA virus is. A topic for another time. If you guys want to talk about RNA viruses, I can talk about RNA viruses. I don't know how well practiced I am anymore. Maybe in the future. Nope. Okay. Alright. We'll stick to Japanese and Chinese. The last time I talked about RNA virus is usually when a stranger comes by and asks me about my PhD. Like, what is my PhD in? Well, I studied avian RNA viruses. Avian. Most RNA viruses lack proofreading, but yeah, coronaviruses are the huge exception. Yeah. That wasn't a breakthrough. Yeah. They have NSP, yeah. NSP14 exonuclease. Yeah, I was already referring to editing proteins, because a lot of times when you're talking about mutational meltdowns, you also have to take into consideration the host ability to edit, because during replication there's host factors that also do editing. And then viruses can encode or even acquire nucleases and proofreading factors through their life cycle, and or not. In terms of coronavirus, they do not have in terms of coronaviruses, they don't have a life cycle where they integrate, at least as far as I know. So that NSP14 is interesting. I wouldn't consider it as a breakthrough, but a possibility that has been a possibility, right? Viruses can commandeer specific things to help reduce error rates. I mean, it has to be explained by that. Otherwise, that is a very elegant way of solving that mutational problem. There are a lot of things that correct errors during replication for a virus, especially a virus that exists in a host cell. NSP14 exonuclease may be a contributing factor, but I don't necessarily think that is considered something that is revolutionary. However, being able to target NSP14 exonuclease, that could be a very useful strategy if one can target it without targeting everything else around the host. And if it's very specific and unique enough, which you can create selection factor strong enough for something that is exogenous to the host. So if NSP14 exonuclease does not share an analog in the host, then they can do it. They live right at the edge of the error threshold. it is like so a lot of times, right, in life, even humans, this is my like layman's way of describing cancer. A lot of times people hate the idea of the big C, right, because of mutations. But the thing is, the balance of mutational rates, like mutational flexibility, versus conservation, right? Conservation of genetic code. Viruses are incredibly robust because they have a combination of this. They are able to mutate and create positive selection, right? They are allowed to select very quickly because of their mutational rate. But at the same time, they have appropriate ways to preserve the existing ones. And that's really neat. Cancer is kind of the human's version of balancing this. The longevity of humans and the constant longer and longer lifespan before getting unlucky. You can kind of view cancer as a mutational threshold for humans. And the idea is to preserve the ability to generationally acquire beneficial mutations based on other outside selection factors over many generations, right? One could even say it's something that allows one to evolve. But at the same time, it comes with a consequence. You can get unlucky. And eventually, the human life cycle, you hit a quote-unquote a mutational threshold. And in a way, the studying viruses and RNA viruses, especially RNA viruses, because they have such a high mutational rate, can lead to a lot of questions being answered in a smaller environment that can be used to investigate organisms that have a longer lifespan, like humans. So oftentimes when you think of bacteria, why bacteria, or why Cerevisiae, like yeast, to model eukaryotes, eukaryotes and prokaryotes alike, or why I use tissue culture, is usually because of the gestation and the maturation time. And it doesn't fully translate a lot of times to longer lasting, like long lasting organisms, but oftentimes it can create really wonderful like hints to adapting things. Like if you can understand the processes that go on in rapid replication and rapid, like more simplified, like RNA viruses are incredibly, like relatively speaking, far more simplified than a human genome and a multicellular organism. So you can understand these little things, compartmentalize, and attempt to translate it into larger models, right? And that's kind of like language learning, by the way, drama. Like we'll bring it back to language learning. It's like studying how you learn in different compartments and then using that to engage in stronger and bigger complex organization. It doesn't always translate, right? I know it's 6:30. It's strong, it creates more complexity and emergence properties at different like when things get more complex, it becomes unpredictable. So there are definitely limits, and the other way down is to investigate the RNA viruses in a natural situation and then break down the pieces. So you try to think of methodologies to do that, so then you can converge on the answer. It's really neat if there's a way to manipulate and even commandeer like a nuclease for something, or like modifying it for organism longevity. Like what is the consequence of improving editing skills? You never know. Like it's very, by the way, there are natural organisms that exist on this planet right now, like whales. If you want to look at something really funny and interesting about mutational rates, look at whales. Recently, due to like a lot of advanced technology and whatnot, whales are disproportionately bigger. And there's a phenomenon that usually you would think a larger organism with that means that their total mass in replication is proportional to the size of the organism. And usually the theory is that with more cells, more mutational possibilities, because it's not like the genome exponentially increased in proportion size, right? Like the whale's genome and our genome is not proportional to the magnitude of how many cells are in the whale's organism. So technically, the whale should have a higher overall mutational rate. And yet, whales typically outlive humans. Like what I mean is, whales have the potential and capacity to outlive humans. In fact, some of the classical indicators of aging, which is what I study before, I studied telomerase, like cancer like bottlenecks, like telomeres and the ends of the DNA that's supposed to preserve, and they kind of shortened, and that's a really classical dogmatic way of saying you got older, and then eventually the telomeres break and then your DNA, your cells start dying, right? The replication, the Hayflick limitation, basically cells replicate too much and then they eventually die because their replication is not complete. It's not a complete cycle. So in whales, their telomerase is short, as in they don't have the buffers that humans do, and yet their mass is gigantic, right? Their mass is huge, and all those cells have very similar replication styles. So what gives? And it also, when they're analyzing those whale samples, they have low mutational load, as in over the lifespan of the whale, when you're tracking a whale, their DNA does not accumulate at a rate higher than humans, for example, despite being substantially larger and also, we're gonna say, relatively similar lifespans. I don't, it's kind of really ballparking. And telomerase, if you're curious about telomerase, this is telomerase. So when you you should have learned this in high school. I know should is a big ask, but telomerase, right? There oftentimes these ends of your DNA have to be protected. This is like dogmatic stuff. The ends are called telomeres. And this telomere is a sequence of repeated sequences. And what happens over time is, as replication happens, more of this disappears. And at some point, it goes into the DNA and it triggers autophagy. So basically the cell then terminates itself. It stops reproducing, like replicating. Usually you would think a whale should have this problem too. And they also have larger mass, so they also replicate a lot more. So not only do they have less mutations in their genes, in their like genome overall, their telomeres are really short, like constitutively shorter than humans. So the things that deal with aging and mutational rates do not coincide in whales. So what gives? You could argue, much like coronavirus, they might have some sort of factor that deals with editing. And in fact, they ended up, that's what they discovered. There is a very specific variant of a proofreading protein that exists in whales that, when introduced into like a artificial in vivo system, right, in a different organism, the error rate is, you see exactly what happens. The error rate is reduced, and the idea is that the organism is healthy. I don't know if they did like knockout experiments where like you try to knock out the mice, right? Like say a mice. So what you can do is, if you're really ambitious and you like this type of stuff, science is still fantastic. I just, I'll admit, I'm too lazy for this stuff now. Like, what I mean is, someone has to push me to do something like this again, but maybe in the future. So, one of the things is, you could have like a mice, right? You could have a mouse who you can knock out the gene for editing. Like you can compromise the mouse's editing ability. So then you would have you would know what the life cycle of the mouse would do. I'm sorry for those who are sensitive to animal testing, but generally speaking, this is how we answer. Like this is a lot of times what's necessary to answer questions. You can use cells instead if you want, but I'm just going to use the cells as a representation from the mouse. So the mouse could then be deficient. So maybe it will have like aging, early aging, or tumor genesis. It will get cancerous much quicker. What happens is then they can introduce that gene, the product from the whale, the special variant, and see if it restores it. Not only that, if you can do a knockout and a restoration, you can compare it to a control and then see if it increases the lifespan of the mouse. So this type of information is fantastic, and it would be cool because that means that there is a benefit to improving, not that, you know, try not to jump to too much conclusions, but this would suggest that there is a benefit to artificially, quote unquote, artificially, more like exogenously introduce editing things, like improving the editing of our genes, right? So if better proofreading happens, it can foreseeably have beneficial consequences. Not that you want to really tamper with that type of thing. And also, these are animal studies, and then they're like hybridized studies. There's not, so you can't predict what happens when you introduce an exogenous gene until you actually do it, right? So, anyways, this is routine for me. Routine to work with like knockout genetic experiments, and then using like in vitro methods to use like cell culture and to like mess with viruses or engineer viruses and stuff. And it's not really trivial as well. Like, it sounds very romantic, but there's a lot of hurdles. Like most of the time you spend years designing an experiment, and what you're hoping is that it works. But there are so many emergent obstacles that you have to overcome. So like when you're learning a language, for example, I know this, I'm not saying learning a language is cheapened by the idea that there's less noise, like dialects and accents. It has its own challenges and whatnot. However, I like that about language learning. The thing about language learning is it's the noise that can be represented. When you do these type of things, there's so much less information that you could spend years and you wouldn't know why something isn't working. Like something just simply does not function. Like the methodology was not sound enough to engineer something like this. Like I spent 4 years trying to get the virus to replicate in a way to meet a threshold to see an effect. So messing with biology is still not the most encouraging thing. So I don't want to sound too sobering, but when you talk about ideas and conceptualize ideas, it sounds fantastical. It's not quite in reality. But tomorrow your bio exam, oh, I can't wait to hear about how Churn's exams go. Yeah, good luck. I know he's not here anymore, but hopefully Churn gets to get a nice rest. Anyways, take it with a grain of salt, right? I love talking about these things, and since I'm no longer like quote unquote an expert in this, it's fun to hear other people who are interested in this, who are currently actively working in the field. If I am able to see seminars and whatnot, which is privileged information most of the time, like you would have to be part of an institution or not to be able to go to these meetings and listen. An alternative is, if you're ever interested, drama, you can also become an editor. And I'm not sure if editors necessarily need to have scientific experience. And it doesn't pay a lot of cash, unfortunately. Unless you're talking about like, you know, biotech. And then biotech comes with its own risks, which is like to enter the seminar you meant. Oh yeah, or pay a lot of cash. Yes, you can pay. It's not as much as you think, but generally speaking, it's kind of not that much bigger than a rock band or a artist thing. Like if you went to an art gallery, it's probably equivalent to that. The thing about these conferences is it's often an opportunity to network, and that's where the value comes from. But if you're not in the field, or if you're not like socially connected to these conferences, oftentimes it can be a hit or miss. I do miss it though. Whatever we did here artificially just to simulate what I typically sound like when I'm at my place of work, this is what I sound like most of the time. Like, I come to the lab, and then immediately my like mentor would come in, and this is what we would talk about. So we would sit down and say, okay, so I'm currently doing this. Have you read the article so and so? What if we try to set this thing in? So it's often like I can't even imitate it anymore because I don't have any data or something that I'm working on. But that is pretty much every single day. We talk about possibilities, we talk about whatever's currently happening, or a colleague of ours who has started working on something else. That's kind of it. And then we would cycle, because you would be in a laboratory with like 3 or 4 colleagues, and those 3 or 4 colleagues would all cycle their problems, like the problems they're trying to solve and what progress they're making. So it's like very routine. Every single week someone else is responsible for presenting and giving the day in and day out. And when you're doing the actual experiments, that is laborious, but also a nice break from all the thinking. And the laborious tasks of those take a really long time. So you still have to work hard. Like, science is often feels like disproportionate. It's like 80% working hard and 20% working smart. Like, but the 20% is all slammed into the beginning, or like the various spots. Like, they're all concentrated when results and data comes out. But the other 80 to 90% is hard work. Like, you sit there, you do the experiment. It takes years to collect the data or even set up the experiment, and then you might get nothing. Like, and nothing in the sense of you learn a lot of things. You probably learn a lot of things, just like language learning, right? You learn how to kanji concepts and whatnot. You learn a lot of methodology. Your experience goes up. However, because you don't get results, you don't have money. Money doesn't come from thin air. So you have to get results, and that's what happened. I don't do that. Like, you probably watch anime, like drama. If you saw Fullmetal Alchemist or like other shows and depictions of science, it's tough when you don't have money to answer questions that you're curious about. And most things that you're curious about, people are not paying for that. They care about results. So it's a fundamental part that I found that I was ill-equipped. I think to this day, I'm still incredibly ill-equipped. So if I had to do a public service announcement for individuals, you can be an incredibly brilliant mind, which I'm humbly saying, so this is a humble brag. I think I'm pretty above average when it comes to solving complex problems. The thing is, I also lack a lot of skills in exchange for that. I lack the motivation to sell things in order to acquire the resources to pursue those things. And I am only saying this not because I'm making an excuse. I have deliberately and intentionally chose not to. Would you say Elon Musk is intelligent? I say most people are intelligent, drama, and that includes Elon Musk. What I was saying about myself is I'm above average in problem solving. I solve problems. I'm not entirely sure if I'm convinced I'm above intelligence or not. I think I'm a very well experienced person, and being able to solve problems is helpful in a field that consistently solve problems with no answers, right? Or looking at like the level 6 that we were talking about when we were talking about Justin Sung thing. That's where I sat. I sat at level 6 most of the time. Would you say Elon Musk is above average problem solving? I think so. He solves problems, right? He wouldn't be a leader with so much influence if he doesn't manage to solve problems. Oh, hear me out. I did say problem solving. It doesn't necessarily mean you don't generate problems too. Like for myself, whenever I go to solve a problem, it generates more problems. Like the valley of despair is incredibly real. The imposter syndrome is incredibly real whenever you're working in an expert field, like in a specialized field. Because every time you go to answer one question and you might have some sort of answer, you generate like twice that number of questions. And those are quote unquote the problems that you're trying to solve, right? And problems are not negative. They're things you're interested in. Elon is just a rich guy. He markets himself as a tech and engineering genius, but he's just a venture capital. I can't comment on that because I wouldn't know. I'm not privy to this type of information. So most of the time, these things are hearsay due to extrapolation of what's available in public. Like for myself, you're also trusting me based on my perceptions and my ability to explain things. But I can honestly tell you, my life was really passionate about science and I couldn't cut it. Like if I had to be really honest with you, I could not cut it because I couldn't do the things I didn't want to worry about. And that's funding, results-based, hypothesis-based driven necessity in scientific research. And that would require like a UN level, a United Nations level, or a consortium level of common interest to fund academic science again, which I don't think that's a thing right now that is feasible unless it's pertinent to human health. So what I really like about, hear me out, what I really like about what happened during the COVID pandemic or epidemic was the idea that I'm really happy that humans around the world is still able to collectively respond to that. I love virology. I actually didn't choose virology, by the way. I didn't choose virology at first. I actually started as a chemist who had a focus on molecular biology. And then I went into protein chemistry because my mentor in undergrad was a protein chemist. He was a biochemist. And then I went into oncology and skin carcinogenesis for 2 years. Then I went back to protein. And then it was through like a long story short for today, I ended up in a virology lab and I start to grow very attached to all the potential health problems that one can investigate serendipitously in virology, because viruses co-evolve. They're not like gonna they're not gonna like suddenly just disappear. Viruses co-evolve with our life. So yeah, I gotta finish up today. So we're gonna go and do this. We could talk about this like in the future. And for the record, a CS major, you can still have this vibrant. So to end this like digression while I go through this, you can still have all of this like impact and this vision in CS. There's so many things, at least in my opinion, like I don't know if you feel the same, but when you're invested in your careers, right? Like drama, whatever you're gonna go to do in Japan, and then James, whatever you're having done, it is my romantic vision that there are still people that can empathize with me regardless of what their discipline is. Like I've often, the note that I get a lot of times when someone says, what is it like? What is it like to have a PhD? Or what does it mean to have a PhD? It means that you have been able to commit yourself to answering rigorously particular problems. The context is not relevant, in my opinion. And it's a representation that you have a passionate way and a deep processing necessary to adapt to information that you can observe, integrate, and create with it and analyze it. So PhD stands for the capacity to do that. Now, I'm 7 years out of like virology, but that doesn't mean I can't just step into computer science and catch up in a fraction of the time. That is what I meant the other day, Drama, when I said it's the systems that make your education important. The context will ebb and flow and change. Like if you're specifically strictly bound yourself to a context, like Japanese staying the same, like the language staying the same, or like your favorite coding language staying the same, or you're answering the same question, most PhD holders will no longer be working in the thing that they used to know. By the time they graduate, they also change disciplines. Like what I mean is the context of the discipline. What is impressively unmeasurably valuable in humans is their ability to deep think, process, and troubleshoot, and like creatively and constructively answer questions. That is what school is supposed to select for, and also college and graduate school, and then all the hurdles that you choose to engage in. So whenever someone goes and say they learned something and they forgot the information and they say it was a waste of time, that's exactly the opposite of what I'm talking about, what the PhD is. A PhD person is someone who went through studying a hard problem, but it doesn't matter what the problem is. It doesn't matter what the context is. It matters how they go about it. So when you like go into university, guys, if you're already in university and stuff, that is what it is. Yeah, Justin's song from medical doctor to learning coach. Yeah, you probably hear this a lot. Like Vin wasn't a speech coach initially. Vin was not a speech coach. So all walks of life. The really wonderful thing is you don't even need a PhD to do that. So like when people ask me, do you need a PhD to be like a thinker and a problem solver? No, the answer is absolutely not. You watch content creators do this all the time. The thing is, you're focusing on the content when you're watching content. You're not focusing on the person's ability. You can't even see the person's ability to troubleshoot through them. Like what separates a consistently virally successful content creator from one that falls off a cliff or never makes it? It's the underlying principle that they are able to think in a way that is pragmatic to their goals. So whenever you guys like learn a new skill or new system, feel free. I would love to hear it, because that's what makes someone able to be successful in the sense of adaptivity. So I do genuinely stand by many of the few that are trying to demonstrate, or at least try to demonstrate and impart on that humans are rarely ever evaluated, in my opinion, most consistently based on what they know. Like the summation of the information that they hold is their capacity to use that information when necessary or when needed, and to reach a sufficient task. And information will leak, it will go away, it will come and go, it will most definitely come and go, but the future is uncertain. The stuff that you're learning today, like quote unquote remembering today, the context you remember today will change. in the future. Your education, your underlying ability to problem solve and stuff is timeless. It will take you for the rest of you, like, days. So Vin studied law. Yeah, that's right. He studied law. He was yeah, and then he became a magician. Yeah. I still don't know what I'm gonna be yet. Right now, I'm just like some wannabe, like some misunderstood attempt to try to learn 2 languages and encouraging people. Like at most, I could qualify myself as a life coach. Like that's the closest thing I would give myself as a title. Like I could probably do that pretty solid. I can get people to want to do things, if given enough time, right? I would be able to help someone in that capacity, like an executive function person. But other than that, I'm not a magician, and I'm not a teaching. I forgot what Justin Sung's title he gave himself, like a teaching coach professional, a teaching motivator or something. I haven't given myself any titles. Right now, I'm a person who digresses a lot, but it's fun to be able to help people realize that they're not dumb and they're not stupid, right? I think whatever it is, at the end of the day, if we have our arguments and our disagreements, you have to walk away not thinking you're stupid, or you like need to be gaslit to feel that way. Is my full name concealed information? No, it's not, but I don't openly share it. It is publicly available, so technically it would not be the most like, since I'm a casual, I have no fail safes for this. So if I openly share my full name like everywhere, my entire record is pretty public. So like you can actually find me. You can find where I used to go, you can find my thesis and all that. It's all public domain. So we're kind of public domain. I was in academia, so most of that stuff should be readily available online. So if you like search my name, you can probably find a lot of things about me that isn't like content created specific. Even then though, my name, I've already shared my name a couple times before. So respectfully, we'll leave that for now. And people do know my name, and you can find it. It would be, I mean, you could ask Rainbow. You can ask, what's his name? Is it Rainbow? Yeah, you can ask Rainbow. He could probably find me immediately. There are plenty of people who are able to find who I am. Like my name is literally in a directory to where I go. So if you were following my like talk about where I went, what universities I went to, and where I'm approximate, you just hit up your CIA contact. I don't advertise my name too much, and it's two purposes. I don't want people to use my past as either leverage and or reason to trust my legacy. So like I'm not like, it's both directions. I am not a professional right now. I don't do anything professionally. So I will reveal like my full name when I have professional integrity to weigh on it. So for now, all of these things are hobbies. They're my personal pursuits. So I have no guarantees, or I didn't put in any safeguards to protect my professional integrity, as well as also give assurances to other people. So like, I'm not making you a guarantee that what I say right now is true. And you also don't have any guarantees of looking up my name to see that if I'm lying or not, right? So like this is a mutual understanding that if and when if I ever decide to become a open professional again, I will probably tell you my full name and then like make sure all of these things are true, because I would take professional responsibility for that type of thing. Enjoy, James. Okay. Let me just fix these and then I'm gonna go. Actually, you know what? We're fine. We'll do this tomorrow. This is a great place to stop. I really appreciate Drama, the experiment. I think you made a really interesting social experiment, and it's not the first time, by the way. Yeah, my sleep procrastination. I actually have to eat. I haven't eaten yet. It's been like 20 hours. Like, I only eat once a day, so it's after I stream. So yesterday I was eating around this time too. So we have to eat first. But what I do have to tell you, Drama, in case you're wondering, someone tried to argue with me using ChatGPT. This has happened before, and I don't expect this to go away. So I actually do enjoy the like making sure that I understand how to respond to things like that. Like I had someone who I wrote a response back, and they went from bruh to like some paragraph that was built from HP Lovecraft or something. So it has happened quite a bit. And there were people who before got me to read their essay for class, but it was completely manufactured by ChatGPT, because the way they spoke to me and how they described their assignment did not track with what I was reading on the assignment. Like someone who talks about certain things and behave a certain way is very obvious when they didn't produce the work. But they could go the extra length and say, hey ChatGPT, can you write this like a high schooler would? And you might be thinking, oh, they would get away with that, right? They would get away with that. But hear me out. Even if they fool me, like they're a high school student and they say, hey ChatGPT, can you write an essay about something as a high schooler level? And then they fool me with it. It's like, it doesn't matter to me. Like what happens is eventually they will struggle with the thing. So doing that to fool me doesn't mean that they learn anything. So it's not me that would need the benefit. It's the person that. So oftentimes whenever I do this, I still encounter this quite a lot, where someone would submit something to me or like have me read over something, and it would be so generated. Like I would have suspicions that it's generated. However, I wouldn't attack them for it. I would ask them, is this generated? Because I want to ask, why did this person have to generate this thing? Like, what are the things that are making this person unable to do this? Because ultimately, eventually, they will reach a level of competence that's required that this would not be sufficient anymore. It would no longer be sufficient. And one of them is when you randomly ask me a question, and how long can I rant about it, despite being 7 years out. Like, I'm talking around the subject, largely because I can't be responsible. I can only tell you that it's been 7 years since I've worked on virology. I read on and off here and there about COVID. You weren't expecting me to answer the question in the first place? Drama, listen, we're gonna have to talk about how many questions I answered. Well, at least this will be a precedence for the future. I try to answer most questions. And if not, if I am unable to answer the question, I would probably present a way for you to get an answer to that question, right? Like instead of answering it myself, I would explain how I would go about answering the question, because that, in my opinion, is incredibly important. If you can't answer a question, what type of questions and ways are you going to ask yourself to get to the answer to the question, right? How are you going to do it? in the sense of you already knowing that I won't understand the answer anyways. Oh, in the sense of, okay, I see. No. But I feel like I need to work on that too, because I prepped most of these things. Like in across my lifetime, I have explained these concepts. Like today I was at the tail end, but if you want to hear it in a different way, we can pull up like a diagram and we can explain it, and like I can explain it in a way that it would preserve the complexity of the topic, but it would be in a communication style that would meet an understanding. Like we could even turn the entire analogy into a computer science problem, and that would be perfectly sufficient. In fact, Mika and I do this exercise a lot. I tend to try to focus on the idea that you can draw parallelisms and translationally borrowed from the person you're speaking to. So I think I know you sufficiently enough to provide a context in which you can observe the same relationships about RNA viruses without necessarily needing to know the jargon and or the relationship of the RNA virus. That is a great technique to use if you have a lot of experience. So of course I would leverage most of that. So in the future we could use an entirely novice computer science example to explain RNA viruses, because I am not a computer scientist. So I would describe computer science in a way that is well beyond, like well under your understanding. You would have an understanding well beyond me, and yet I can probably use that example to demonstrate what an RNA virus does, or like the ebb and flows of RNA virus. I think that to me is what is a great demonstration of pedagogy. And even though I don't have a background in teaching, like I don't have a background in like what is the most effective way to command a classroom and do these techniques and stuff, my experience came from literally working with students. So my passion involved constantly interacting with students. When I was in high school, I tutored. When I was in college, I still tutored and outreached. And then when I was in finally get to graduate school, all of my peers are constantly doing something different. So that's why I fell in love with being surrounded by intellectuals. And no, it's not that non-intellectuals are not fun or exciting or happy people. They can be intellectuals, but they don't necessarily have to be happy. So we're not talking about happiness, value, and that type of thing. It's largely a sense of belonging. So I do miss being surrounded by people who like think everything is a big deal. Like legitimately everything is a big deal. You read one article and you could spend 7 hours contemplating about the different intricacies of that article without ever moving from a topic, because it can go so deep, and it could be purely on speculation alone, and it would be tantamount to like life-changing revelations. I'm sorry, I'm using like I'm using like very grandiose language because I'm trying to like elevate how much I'm trying to demonstrate that it is absolutely contagious. It's such a lifeblood to be surrounded by passionate people who like to answer questions. You develop software in the energy sector, energy industry, and the last year of being a dev, you were just learning energy economics? Oh. How often do you explain those things? Because if you do, I would love to hear more like the next day, right? So you should talk about those things. Like I would love to, provided you can, right? NDA and all that stuff, right? There is professional discreetness about this. I can talk about a lot of things now, and then the whole like full name thing, I can talk about them like indirectly a lot of times because it's been a very long time. It's 7 years out. But if you can talk around things and explain some of the things you do, I would love to hear some of that in the coming days. So I'm gonna head off now. It's been a pleasure. It's been a wonderful pleasure. Oh, you can talk about it? We'll have to talk about it in the future. I think you told me that you enjoy your job and you like what you're doing, and I would love to hear someone talk professionally or something about their topic. That would be wonderful. It would be my privilege to hear some of that. If there's anything I want to do as a content creator, it's probably that. Getting the opportunity to meet other people who actually want to talk about their things, and then I get to ask them ceaselessly probing questions about how deep they want to nerd out about their things. Because in my opinion, whoever's doing that, like you, the future students, those are going to be quote unquote the geniuses, as in those are the people who will be challenging themselves. You don't have to be born smart to want to do that. So we'll talk about it next time. I'll keep that in mind. All right. So that's the end of our HanziHero session. If you're gonna watch this later, shit. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a try. If you don't, let me know what you think. You're more than welcome to come on by and yap about not HanziHero, maybe whatever you want to yap. We kind of yapped about thinking, learning, problem solving, exchanging ideas with each other. It's electric, right? Someone who's depressed about all the things they need to learn might actually get a little bit giddy and excited. Let's build... Well, I'm starting to sound like a content creator, but let's try to at least create a small pocket where appreciation is mutual and mutual respect is there, because we're human and we like to think about things. It's not all bad and negative and exhausting. Well, it is exhausting, but in a good way. So until then, 大家下次见，感谢观看, right? Thank you for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.